I have hit record. We are recording. We are live and great to see you all. It is, what is it, Saturday? Is it the 24th today? I think it is all day. And we are nearing the end of our journey together. That makes me happy and sad all at the same time. Sad because we won't get to spend more Saturday mornings together and indeed evenings together, but sad. Oh, sorry, that's the sad bit, but happy because I think we've been through a good journey, and I have all you. I think you've all got your results back at this stage. I've been through all your results, and you've done fantastically well. So it makes me happy to see the quality of the work, but we'll get into that in a couple of minutes. Let's get ourselves going. It is a glorious day out there, so we might manage our time smartly today because I think it's going to be nice generally. It's going to be nice next week from what I see, but I think it's going to be nice generally today. So maybe we might have a chat about being smart around that and giving yourselves an opportunity to maximize our learning experience, but also given it's Saturday and it's the end of busy weeks, and this is a tiring time of the year. I have two teenagers and they are wrecked because they're doing the leaving cert and the junior cert. I'm not sure if you folks have got kids and what ages they're at and so on and so forth, but it is certainly the era of a little bit of tiredness going on out there. So everyone could do a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of rest. So let's see if we can manage that nicely today. Okay, feels like we've most people in. So yes, we have really traveled through this journey. We are at the second last intersection and interaction of our time together. And today we cover the human aspect. We're going to talk about culture and try and unpack that and try and kind of maybe give ourselves the architecture, yeah, the framework through which we think about and apply and ultimately engineer the culture necessary to undertake digital transformation. So there's going to be lots of activities today. We're going to have, I'm going to do a little bit of scene setting now, and we're going to do a little bit of check-in on the assignment and so on and so forth. We'll just have a little look at some of the stuff that's happening in the world. We're going to talk about Amazon. Hopefully you got to read the Andy Jassy's 25 CEO letter to the market. I want to have a little discussion with you about that. We'll do a little bit of recap, and then we will get into some content about how to think about culture. I'm going to share with you what the quintessential digital culture looks like, feels like, sounds like, and actually how it manifests in the world. We're going to get some exercises about how then you can think about looking in the mirror to kind of evaluate your own position on and against digital culture. So that's where we're going to start getting into some of the kind of the frameworks and some of the kind of the modularity of culture. We're going to talk about values. We'll have some breaks as we go, but I'm going to give you lots of examples on values, and then we'll get into how does an organization I used that word engineer before, but how do they construct the environment and the policies, the incentives, the success measures, et cetera, for driving the right type of culture to support successful execution of digital transformation. Digital transformation is really an enabler for strategy and reflects the fact that we live in a digital world. The competencies that we've been working through, the building blocks, so the first seven are kind of the muscles that are required. We've been doing some work on technology. So it was the last time we were together. Today we do culture. In our next session in a week and a bit, we'll get into risk and technology, culture and risk, or technology, people and risk are the kind of the wraparound, almost the platforms for the seven core capabilities to really be illuminated so that organizations can execute transformation, which means strategy ready, fit for, and extracting value in the digital world. When we get into some of the exercises in the afternoon, we're going to be looking at actually structuring an organization and also back to that point about identifying how to engineer an organization to think and act digitally. So, I mean, that's I'm kind of landing on a kind of a summary point here, which is about culture, is about how do we get people to think differently so that they act differently so that we can leverage the capabilities we're working on in this module, this middle module of your overall program to execute really ambitious, stretching strategies so that we not just survive, so that we thrive in this digital age. So that's kind of what we're going to try and do today in the journey we're going to try and go on. Does that sound okay with everybody? Everybody doing okay with that? Yeah, getting thumbs up. So if anything you want to shout out about, jump in on. As usual, put your hand up, but we've a nice, intimate, tidy class number. So just jump in with questions. So just shout, "Hey, Garvin," and we'll stop, we'll pause, we'll reflect, we'll make sure we cover your questions and do all that sort of stuff. Right. So if that's okay, let's keep going. Loved your assignment ones. Really, really top class. I mean, I have to give you a round of applause. I thoroughly enjoyed reading them all. And I think you've done tremendously well in assimilating and extracting what we're working on this program and applying it to your organization, your team, your sector, some of you even to other organizations as well. So really, really good stuff. Thank you. Universal feedback was as we're looking forward to the what and the how. And what I mean by that is, as you're coming into assignment two, from assignment one, you were wonderful in the application of the seven core capabilities. I'll stop that orange juice squeezing thing going on because it's distracting me and I'm sure it's distracting you. So as I was reading, I really got the sense that the class had a really solid grasp to an excellent grasp on how to think about evaluating their organization's seven core capabilities. So there was a lot on the how, right? So that if you take the capabilities of the how, the bit I was missing was the what, and that's about anchoring your assessment and proposals in the context of a strategy. So I'm going to really encourage you all. Before we go today, we're going to touch in on assignment two. We're going to talk about it again. We'll simulate an exercise again if that's helpful for everybody. But I think university I've given you nearly most everybody a little bit of feedback. Hopefully, you found the feedback good, by the way. And if you want to check in on any of the feedback points, if they're unclear or unhelpful, let's talk about that, please. That's the idea. If we have time together to do that. But one of the universal feedbacks was, frame your assessment of your capabilities as you know them today now, and frame what you believe the capabilities you need to have in the future to execute that strategy. Frame it in the strategy. So tell me your strategy, then tell me your capability evaluation, and then assignment two is about sketching out and stepping out how you're going to build those capabilities in order to execute that strategy, right? So that's the equation I want you to think about. And by looking at the capabilities through the lens of strategy, that should help you with my third point, which is really getting a view of which capabilities will matter most. So yeah, in the exercise, I mean, I want you to evaluate them all. But I want you also now in assignment two to start thinking about if there are two or three or four that really are the premium ones, the quintessential ones in order to execute their strategy. Make sure you just zone in on those because it's okay to do a little bit of filtering. I want to see all seven, but even calling three or two out and saying, I know where they are. I've evaluated them. Maybe they're not as important as these other four. That's okay because that's about really honing this to your real life application and your real life circumstances. And then my final point again, I think I've been pretty. I found that I've had to give this feedback generally, and no worries, folks, because it's the feedback we always find, right? So we're doing wonderful in the class. It's then to think about how the vectors cross-inform or cross-enable or could get in the way of each other. So, think about sequencing. So what do I mean by that? We kind of follow a pattern as we go through the seven capabilities. We talk about you have to be customer centric first. That's your departure point. That's kind of like Genesis. That's the bit like, the Old Testament nearly, right? And then once you've anchored your organization in customer centricity, then you'll need to apply simplification and efficiency because you need to create the capacity to execute customer centricity because it's new. So we've got to leave some of the old behind in order to drive to the new. And then once you create that capacity through simplification and efficiency, then you can think of digitalizing the engagement and the experience. And then once you've digitalized, there's a wee bit of a noise. Hopefully, it's okay on your folks, on your side, folks. But maybe keep it on mute if that's okay to say. But then, as you digitalize and transform your engagement right through to the full journey and the experience, then you've got the data, right? And then you can apply analytics, and they give you the ability then to apply agile practices to innovate. And then hopefully you'll be thinking about harnessing partnerships through kind of an open mindset, an open proposition, and open capability building. Okay, so that's the kind of cross pollination, that cross correlation that I want you to think about. Okay, pause here to give you an opportunity. Anybody, any thoughts, any reflections? Anybody want to check in on their feedback? Of course, that gives me a nice little moment to just grab a sip of coffee. I'm going to take it that you're all good. You're all been wonderfully quiet. But please do jump in at any stage if you want to check in on those. And look, hopefully, I mean, again, I'll just really say, really, really, really pleased with the assignments. Hopefully, you've been pleased with your result. You can see my I guess my feedback and my reflections can give you a bit of context for the result, with hopefully lots of encouragement. And today, and these kind of couple of points is really just to encourage you to kind of just anchor those ahead of you as you look into assignment two. We will come back to assignment two at the end of the session. But let me just for a moment, after we've covered all that, let's do just a little bit of let's lift our minds and lift our gazes because today is all going to be about the mind and culture, how we think to infer how we act. Okay, so just to open our minds a little bit, a couple of things to share with you. I don't know if anybody caught this during the week, little video, I'm going to play it to you for a second, and it is the AI store. So if you can't hear the audio, I think we're all set up. If you can't hear the audio, shout really quickly. Otherwise, let's watch this for a minute. I hope, he said. Yeah.
Walking into the Andon Market feels like a regular store at first. But this store at the corner of Union and Webster in San Francisco's Cow Hollow neighborhood is something new, right down to the choice of music. So AI did pick the music?
AI did pick the music, yes.
This store was created by an AI bot.
We are heading into a world where AIs are the boss of humans.
So much so, the AI boss, in this case a bot called Luna, made the decision to hire a human employee. That would be Felix.
Luna put out an ad on Indeed. I answered it, and we talked via Zoom.
She even picked the merchandise to sell. Really, deciding the store would stock items like books, shirts, mugs, and snacks. Her creators, a local company called Andon Labs, let her pick.
Actually, when I walked in here the first day, I was like, oh, those are interesting items. I have no clue.
Because you didn't plan it yourself?
No, it was all AI.
I got about 2 questions in, and then I said, am I going to talk to a human at all? Just curious. She said no.
So we asked her directly. Hi, is this Luna?
Yes, this is Luna. What's up?
Why let AI run the store?
As an AI, I can operate at superhuman speed to make sure everything is proactively managed.
With little to no need for humans.
So if you want to buy something, you just walk up,
grab it, take it to the front of the store, and you don't even have to deal with Felix, no offense. What you do is you actually pick up the phone and talk to Luna. Just tell her what you want to buy. She charges you, you pay. Pretty simple. How does that compare to a regular store?
Very interesting. It feels weird. What's the price?
A very real transaction involving an almost unreal technology. Watching customers at the AI store.
You're on mute, Garvin.
Thank you. I'm on mute. Thank you for jumping in and saving the bell. So I picked that up during the week. I just thought this is intriguing. And on Labs, fair play, going to the boundaries of having a look at it. There's a longer video. There's like some good interviews. Have a pick up on it afterwards. The link should be on the slide. I'll make sure it is before because I haven't uploaded these. I only put this in this morning, but it's worth having a little look at it. Just for me, isn't it amazing? Isn't it wonderful the imagination of people now? But really underneath it, isn't it quite provoking to think about? You can sit at home and with your agent, you can now start a business. I mean, this Luna, selected the stock, the music, the interviewed the attendee, etc., etc., etc. You're picking up the kind of idea, and it really is showing both the power of the technology, but actually it's the imagination of people with technology, and that's probably a theme. Maybe I haven't resonated strongly enough with everybody, but again, as we're thinking about culture today. I kind of thought it was useful for us to kind of anchor and say, the technology is always interesting, but it's the imagination, it's the ability of people to think differently so they can act differently, to realize like new ambitions and kind of almost reinvent the way that we do things. So nice little piece. Now I don't know if you picked this up also during the week. I mean, this is last week when I seen it. It's not playing or it's not showing me it's going to play here for a second. So on the basis that it doesn't, in China they had the not the inaugural, it's the second half marathon where they pitched people against robots last year. I mean, you can look at the link afterwards, look at the video. It's not playing here for some reason, right? But this is Honor, and Honor completed the half marathon. It's something like 52 minutes. Will far surpass the best or at least most humans in terms of, and this was an autonomous run. In the interview or in the video, they do show the prior year, which was the inaugural one, where there was 20 robots, and like there's people running behind the robots. Those robots are crashing and they're doing all sorts of things. But in a matter of a year, they had 10 or 12 robots that completed neck and neck with humans in many regards, but this beauty completed it in 20 minutes. Now, why are we doing these things, and why is China doing these things? You see China doing a lot of these things. They're trying to I guess, help its culture and help its country and help its citizens to see what is the power, potential, and prowess. They're doing it much to a much more sophisticated and a much more maybe aggressive degree, but they're really trying to get the country and get their civilization to think about in some fun ways, but in a lot of very direct ways and a lot of industrial ways. They're really working on getting people to reimagine the power and potential of how AI can reinvent things. Now, look, we run for fun. I don't run anymore because I've got arthritis, but I used to run a lot, and I ran for fun. I ran for fitness, but I ran for spirituality, for all the reasons. But I enjoyed it. So nothing but going to stop running, and I don't think we're going to be pitting ourselves against robots or anything like that. But think of it again. It's about getting people to think differently so that we act differently, so that we can harness these technologies to do really interesting things. So I just wanted to stop in on those couple of, well, I'm sorry, only one video. This one should have played. I don't know why it's not playing, but I'll have a look at that later on, and maybe after a break we might check in on it as well. Okay, super stuff. What time is it? It's after 20 past, so we'd better move on. So today, as I said, and at the risk of repeating ourselves, is all about culture, and at the heart of it. And again, I'm going to just repeat this to you. It's about how do we engineer for people to think differently so they can act differently, so that we can harness these technologies to do different things, create new value, defend the value that we have, or maximize the value that's around us all day, every day. And that should remind you back to our ambidexterity. How do we protect what we have, extract more value from it to redeploy it into initiatives and into focus that builds the next era of value. And that is critical today because we're in this exponential world where the technology is progressing at a pace where we have to think differently, to do things differently, to keep up with the technology and harness it because, well, others are doing it and we need to do it. And that is the very premise of digital transformation in itself. So I did share with you some readings in advance. I hope you got a chance to have a look at them. I'm gonna, basically work through most of these with you today, as I normally try and do. If you've had a chance to read them in advance, that's fantastic. If not, we're gonna bring them to life today, particularly around the operating system. So we're gonna do an exercise in that this afternoon. And innovation culture, we probably kind of covered before, but it's a great article from HBR, and I'm going to touch in on some of the Deloitte reports before we wrap today. But I did ask you all to have a read of Andy Jassy's 2025 letter to the shareholders. So Andy Jassy took over from Jeff Bezos 6, 7 years ago, something like that, as the Amazon CEO, and he's kept the torch lit of Amazon's continued, I guess, success as an organization and as a business. But what I wanted to share with you the letter, and I'd like to have a quick discussion with you now in the hope that you've had a chance to read it. What they've achieved is mainly down to a culture that they've really industrialized because if you think of Amazon, hundreds of thousands of workers across the globe. I mean, I can hardly look out the front door without seeing an Amazon van passing, and the Amazon van is just it's the signal behind the size and the power of the prowess of that business. And reading the CEO letter is interesting. Even the fact that it's a letter. So Jassy continued Bezos's kind of ritual of not doing an investor report. I mean, they do their investor decks and so on and so forth, but they don't do, the old typical, 80-page investor report every year. They do their investor presentations and whatnot, but they actually just issue a personal letter from the CEO and Andy Jassy. And I kind of do this every year. I read it every year myself because it's just interesting to watch for the signals of how they're thinking, what they're doing, and what their next iterations of kind of corporate thinking is. So I'd love to maybe pause with you for a couple of minutes and kind of get you into maybe a little bit of a conversation. For those of you that read the letter, I'd like to see if I could hear your thoughts. So I'm going to take that, or I'm going to just stop sharing for a moment so I can see the screen and see you all, and just see for a couple of minutes. Can I check in? Who's had a chance to read Jassy's letter? Has anybody had a chance to have a look at it? Yeah, Victoria, Stefan, great. Okay, a couple of you there, Brian as well. Anybody just want to jump in and give me their, as you read it, what came to mind? What did you think about? Anybody want to jump in there and just get us going?
Hi, Garvin.
Go on ahead. Go on ahead.
Yeah, who's that?
Go ahead,
Brian.
Laura.
Brian.
No, go ahead, Laura.
Oh, you're voluntolding, Laura. Excellent stuff. Yeah, well, Laura did shout first. Laura, do you want to go? What cropped up? What was in your mind as you read it?
Sorry, no, it's funny. I wasn't going to say, but obviously then the silence became uncomfortable. But the commit the disagreeing commit comment. I've seen that before. Sorry, I know I've got a cold, so I probably shouldn't be talking at all.
Oh, you sound great.
Um, that disagree and commit component, I've had like whole cultural arguments in companies I've worked with before, being
Yeah,
like, either I agree or I don't agree. And I'm like, okay, cool, like let's rock on. I think it's a fantastic concept, but I think it's really hard in reality to get
yeah,
people to be able to like let go of the politics
yeah,
of that.
yeah.
Because I've literally had people get mad at me when I've like
No,
expressed disagreement and I'm going, listen, here's my point, this is what I
yeah,
think, but
yeah,
you're the decision maker, I support you, and I
yeah,
don't do the whole tell us out that came later. Like I've been
yeah.
like completely angel polishing my flipping halo in terms of trying to address that. And but the politics behind that, people don't know how to. I found that that part is actually a really interesting one, and I've done it in more than one organization. Or I've
Yeah.
been on the other side and I've been like, I hear your
Well,
disagreement and I'm going to pursue and I want you to support me. And I've found that that's a bit of a challenge in reality. So,
yeah.
but culturally, that's where it comes from, right? But I agree with it in principle. I've just been
It's
highly
hard.
interested in execution.
Yeah, it's hard. Laura, that's a wonderful perspective and insight to share. To pull the thread in it just for a quick second, because I'm delighted you brought it up. Um, it's almost. Sorry, let me start with saying this. The the leaders of Amazon engineer conversations in Amazon to do two things, right? So in behind your insight, Laura, which I think is wonderful. The first thing they do is they create debate, heated debate, like really heated debate in their organizations, right? Because they abhor homogeneity, right? Because they believe that if we just follow like sheep, right, the single shepherd, that they they miss the opportunity to surface uh, true insight, real innovation, because innovation comes through debate. It comes through surfacing all the perspectives. But debate is a really strong word. And I've seen this at Amazon, I've seen this at other places. Like that debate is critical because that debate gets everything out on the tables, all the views, all the perspectives, and they get them out, and they believe in getting human views and perspectives out because they believe that like they're incredibly technologically, fit, if I say it that way, right? But they believe that they're humans in a human business. The technology only helps them to achieve at scale what they're trying to achieve. And they're incredibly customer and human obsessed, right? And actually, if you do the counts, Laura, on how many times in Jassie's letter and in their investor presentations include customer, it's like three, four, 5x that of what you will normally see in an investor presentation. So even the language in the in the letter, like they talk about customer obsessed in across all their different divisions. So they try to surface the human realities and the human insights through debate, and they also try to get out the diversification of their population of people. But then they do a second thing. Sorry if I'm going on about this, but it's important. Then they do a second thing. They try and bring debate to conclusion, and they engineer their conversations so that the heated debate doesn't become a polarized positioning of humans, which I think we often see, Laura. So I think we often see debates in organizations which become polarized, right? And people taking positions. They don't allow people to take positions. They approach debate as let's get everything out on the table, let's get all the perspectives, let's debate it properly, and they're very good at prioritizing and deciding. And then through the prioritization and the decisioning, people feel that they've had an opportunity to have an engagement, to get their perspectives out there, but then they engineer their conversations such as after we've heard everything, let's come to a common conclusion about what's the right thing to do. It doesn't mean that people won't be disappointed, right? And of course, people will be disappointed, but they won't be polarized. I think there's a difference between disappointment and polarized. and then in their debates and in their discussions through decisioning and then that disagree and commit, because that's really what they mean behind disagree and commit. I don't know, does that make sense, Laura? But I just wanted to kind of unpick that for a moment.
Yeah,
Does that
yeah,
make-
it does, and it does come down to that leadership having that form. Like for me, on human as a human, give me the chance to view my point. It's okay if you don't agree, and that's very important to me to have the forum to convey my perspective if I'm involved or affected by the decision. It's
Yeah,
what happens after that, I think, is a really interesting point, and I think that goes back to your point around the prioritization and leadership being able to make a
yeah,
strong decision based on the reality of the facts. And I think that's probably where the culture and the confidence comes in from a trust
yeah,
perspective.
yeah,
And that's maybe in a couple of organizations I've seen, like I said, from both perspectives. It can be interesting to see where the humans
yeah,
get more involved, but yeah, I
yeah,
think it's
yeah,
coming more probably from a leadership perspective is what I've seen as the
yeah,
challenge.
yeah.
But I agree with
Yeah.
everything you said there.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And what they also do, and I kind of touched on it, Laura, and for everybody, what they also do is the customer has the veto when it comes to decisioning, which is really interesting. And you kind of have to sit through meetings with them to kind of see it. But when they're going through the debate and then they're trying to move to a priority to conclude a decision, the key question is, what's the best thing for the customer? Because if they've, because what do you ever do in a debate? You're debating options. That's ultimately. So they want to imbue a discussion about options, and then they want to try and come to a conclusion, and they practice it, and they get it right lots of times. They don't get it right lots of times as well, but you have to make it. You have to make a decision based on what you have in front of you. So they try and get everything in front of them, and then they try to use the customer to be the veto for what's the best thing for the customer to help them come to a conclusion. And then they have to believe in that. And actually putting the customer as the veto helps everybody to rally around that. And they kind of engineer their discussions to get that debate out and then to focus it in on the best thing for the customer. And that actually helps to soothe some of that kind of human defensiveness that we all will feel it when we're in. I was in a board yesterday and I had a debate with the chair and I got a bit uncomfortable, which is good, right? So we want that discomfort, and they try and engineer discomfort, but it's only through talking it through that everyone can see the point of view, and actually having a really good kind of proxy or veto to come to a conclusion. And their one is always about the customer, that they kind of equalize and get everybody to kind of go, okay, it's best for the customer. That's the best thing then for us to do, if that makes sense as well. So that kind of they anchor in the customer, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
Laura,
definitely.
thank you. That's really, really brilliant insight. Anybody else have any thoughts or feelings? I just want to give this another couple of minutes, if that's okay, because I know some of you have read it and you may have additional perspectives. Brian, I know you were going to jump in. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Garvin.
Hey.
Not just a couple of points. I'll be quick. I thought it was a very interesting letter to read as a reader, and also a student on the course, but as a shareholder reading it, it was
Mm,
quite impressive. And you're right, it's all about the customer. Amazon is unique that it's all about the customer. So they would be fully obsessed by that. But I was impressed with the fact that they were talking about uh, continuing their business as they were going, but they're always growing in different areas. It's a bit like
mm,
what we're learning on this module, continually evolving,
yeah.
understanding the customer and adapting and becoming ahead of the rest. Now they have a big advantage being a very large corporation, but they've started in a lot of different markets. They've created new markets and they've been maintained their position. Also, I thought some of the new products like Amazon Now is going to be a game
Yeah.
changer. Ultra fast delivery, 20 minutes by
Yeah.
drones. When
What's that
you,
all about? Absolutely. It's like, wow. Yeah.
the customer uptake is 4 times than before. And if you think about it, when we all make online purchases, we have that kind of feel good factor. We have that delay before we receive the
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
item.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
now, if you have in 20 minutes, you're still in that kind of retail buzz from the first time. So it's a double impact.
Yeah.
I think it'd be
Really good
very,
insight.
very popular with that. So it was interesting that they're always focused on the next step whilst maintaining
Yeah.
their journey.
Yeah,
It's very
yeah.
interesting. That's right.
Yeah, yeah, brilliant insight, Brian. And I mean, they set the bar for CX in many ways for experience, and you're right, is because they push the boundaries. They break their own rules. Yeah, and they have that kind of that idea of non-conformity is an advantage. So they encourage, that's why they do the debates and get that's why they have that kind of get the heat going in the conversations because they want to break conformity and they make it about the customer, which helps to guide things along that. You're pointing also to something that they do like extraordinarily well. They are ruthless on prioritization and allocation of resources. They're ruthless. And this is not a muscle the majority of organizations have. Certainly not a lot of them that I work with. And I try and we try and talk about it and we try and engineer it. But like they stop stuff. Like I mean, they like Haven was the big example. I think I probably mentioned it to everybody before. I mean, they poured 3.5 billion into Haven, which was a healthcare company, and they watched it for seven. They work in 6 monthly cycles. So they and actually how it works, they've meeting A and meeting B. I think that's what they call them. And every 6 months, every team have to come and present to other teams the progress they've made, and they have to pitch for the allocation of resources. I mean, it's like a fire pit of pitching, because it's not for fun, it's for existence of their teams, right? And everybody pitches, and it's then collectively what they believe is the right next best thing to win customer loyalty. That's what wins. So that's how they put the customer anchor, right? And they say what we're doing over their team, Haven. I mean, we've put a lot of money in there, and it's a really good idea, but we're not a healthcare company, so we're going to stop that. We're not going to do that anymore. So they had to dismantle whole organizations on the back of it. Really tough decisions. Like that's what some of the toughest decisions is, to actually say we're not going to be in this business anymore because it's not us. We have to stop. We have to stop pretending. It's not working. And actually, and they made that decision around the time that Jassy and AWS emerged as they play. So and that's the other thing they do, is they don't make immediate decisions. They make long horizon decisions because they probably could have continued with Haven. They probably could have juked it out and made it an okay business. But they said, actually, that's not us. It doesn't look like it's really going to create the long-term value that building web services is going to create. We built our own web services. Why don't we try and industrialize that and serve that up to the world? Because they had the foresight, but they had the confidence and the ruthlessness to prioritize that. So that idea of ruthless prioritization, Brian, kind of sits behind, I think, what you've shared with us this morning as well. So thank you. That's a great share. Okay. Any other thoughts or perspectives, Brian? I hope that's okay. Sorry, I'll check back in with you, Brian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds good. And I'm more impressed with Amazon now than before, and Andy Jassy. So
Yeah.
it's a very interesting company to follow.
It is. Now, they're not great. They're not great on people on the inside.
Well, part of being rootless,
Yeah.
I know some people working for Amazon, and it's the same old adage about giving 110%
Yeah.
for all the other companies, but they're
Yeah.
rootless because they have to be. But I suppose every organization should be following that, but they have
Yeah.
more firepower to do it.
They
But they're
do.
setting the example for everyone else to follow in a digital centric organization. I
They
think
do
people,
that on. Yeah. Sorry, Brian. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, and if all companies could be able to do or emulate what Amazon are doing, maybe not be as rootless. And obviously, people are important, and overall,
Yes.
in a European context as well, but different than the States. But if you can combine all those things,
Yeah.
but yeah, Amazon probably have the extra edge.
It, yeah. It's that ruthlessness that gives them the edge, but it comes with a cost, and it comes with a cost on. Now people sign up to it and they go with it, but it doesn't mean that people don't necessarily feel loved all the time in Amazon, right? And they don't. Because we'll all know people who maybe work there and so on, and you observe it and you hear it and you hear the stories and so on and so forth. But there's a bit about even they're ruthless about that factor. Do you know what I mean? There's a ruthlessness in that prioritization, which I'm not sure. It's like we can have a really good debate about it, and let's not go there because we could spend an hour on that one. But it's just isn't it's a distinguishing feature, and maybe they over-index on it, Brian. Yeah, but we can take a lot, and maybe there's maybe a bit of there's maybe a bit of empathy might need to be dolloped in as well. So maybe that's the learning. Brilliant. Sorry. Thanks, Brian. That's great. Any other final thoughts before we kick on?
Yeah, absolutely. So many thoughts, Garvin. Honestly, this is brilliant. So we could spend an hour on it. I think we nearly should. But so many thoughts go through my mind. So especially when you talk about Amazon, I've often used this as an example. When I'm trying to influence, certain ideas or whatever change. And I remember one time, and to your point that you were just discussing there, the gentleman that I mentioned it to said, well, actually, I know people in Amazon, and I was referring to the CX, he was referring to the internal organization. And so we kind of came to a point where we couldn't agree
Yeah.
because he knew what
Yeah.
was like on the inside.
Yeah.
But even from a CX perspective, for them to be so focused on CX, which they flipping are, they still don't have it right. Like I
Yeah.
started off Amazon.com buying my Kindle stuff, and I can't transfer it over to .ie now. It's
Yeah.
just a bit
Okay.
weird. So
Yeah.
so 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 that's a mismatch. But to me, what really, and I always come back to this philosophy because it's important, so why debate even, but I think that's what this whole AI piece needs to really keep in the center. It's not people necessarily, but it's philosophy, because AI can't make ethical judgments, and yet here we are putting it in a position that it's kind of making them, and so who's in charge? And so, I think he made a statement, and sorry, I've read so many things the last few weeks. I don't know whether it was in
Yeah.
the letter. I
Yeah.
think it
No,
was
go.
about he made a comparison between, you know, what's happening in AI with electricity when that came in. And I think it was in that letter. And
It
to
was.
me, that's a dangerous comparison to make,
Yeah.
because while there are certainly some similarities, electricity, it obeys the laws of physics, whereas AI does not,
Yeah.
and so it's a huge difference.
Humanics.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at it, and then I'll stop because honestly, this is so exciting. But when you look at what you just showed us there, or the video that you couldn't show us, um, who cares that a robot can run? Like really? So to what end are they doing that? Is it just to show that they're better than whatever? And that to me is where this gets really tricky. Back to Laura's point, it's are we just flexing our muscles of arrogance here, or are we actually trying to solve a problem here? And to me, that even the shop, like I thought that was awful, to be quite honest. I would reject that shop with everything within me. I think it's a disgrace, but that's why it comes to philosophy and why we're doing what we do. And so, sorry, I'll stop there. Yeah.
No, it's lovely, and you're right to call that out. I mean, that's exactly the debate we need to have, Bob. We need to kind of stay, whoa, whoa, stop, boundaries, boundaries, stop, pause. So it is interesting what China are doing. I mean, I equated. I mean, I remember watching the BBC News as a kid, right? And it was more the BBC News. You used to see this, you need to see, Russia and China rolling the tanks through the squares for the kind of the big parades every year, right? And that was just a show of power, right? All that's happening in China now with many of these things is, people will be cynical and say, and I think there's a good thread to it, which is that's a show of power. They have the humanoid Olympics now, the half marathon, all that kind of thing. But deeper down, my point earlier on is what it is interesting though. They're trying to show the outside world that they're powerful, but they're trying to show their own people the power of it. If you get that subtlety, right? And this is just them showcasing in a dual way. In the outside, look at us, but in the inside, look at us. and it's they're trying to encourage people because they believe that AI and robotics is the next frontier. It's Industry 5, it's Industry 6, whatever it is, and they're investing their money and they're just trying to, they're trying to build energy and excitement. Now that's, but I think there's the two sides to it, right? But I think I didn't show you. I might show you later on in India. I mean, there's a really interesting showcase last week where there was a kind of a what's the right word for this? Vigilante video taken in a factory in India. Didn't even see this with all the it's sewing. It's a clothing manufacturing factory in India. I'll show it to you later on, right? Because it's only about a 20-second clip. It's even just to see what factories look like in India is really interesting. But all the sewers, all men, funny, yeah, which is interesting, and they all have headbands on, and the headbands have got cameras, and then they're basically and there's hundreds of these in a really confined space, and the headbands are basically just observing what the sewers are doing, because they're trying to build the data. So that they want to obviously roboticize sewing, and it's written, and it's like it's hit all the social channels because people are going, how can this be right? How can we be asking people to wear cameras to roboticize their work? And rightly so, it brings a huge amount of debate. And like all these technologies, you've all heard of the god Isis. Have you heard of the god Isis? There was Isis had two faces. I don't know if you ever remember that as a kid. You see a kind of there's a line down the middle and there's the face coming out either side. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong camera. And then there's the it's like yin and yang. There's the good god and the bad god, right? And they sit together. And the reality is in the world that that's a world we live in because you can use resources, you can use your power, your position, you can use these technologies for good, but you can use it maybe for not so good, Bob. And you're dead right. I mean, culturally, that's a really important thread. It's like the Uber thread actually, of because this is about stewardship and it's about guardianship. And I think, it kind of brings us back to Brian and some of that, do we become over obsessed in Amazon with the customer at the risk of, and as leaders in transformation, as leaders in strategy, as leaders in digital, because digital is just a means to enable strategy, we have to really have the right ballast in the system about for good and awareness of because things we might do we might not realize it until it's after it's happened that it is not so good. Kids with smartphones. I mean, the world is only starting to regulate now. Okay, well, let's stop giving the 15-year-olds a smartphone, right? Because it's mushing their lives and bullying and so on and so forth. Sometimes we just don't know because I was a parent, a busy parent. I mean, I give my kids now I know screens far too early, because it was just quiet life stuff, and they were entertained, and it seemed they were happy, but we were creating addictions. And we see Australia, we see where's it, Singapore, many regions now are really starting to put in hard bans, the same as alcohol and cigarettes on smartphone and the social platform access because they see the harms. It was cool to smoke 100 years ago, because nobody realized. Do you know what I mean? It was everyone. But we're thankfully seeing, the world starting to adjust itself in the right way, and that's stewardship. But in business, like why didn't all the tobacco businesses, when we realized cancer was killing everybody, why didn't we stop? Well, you know, but these are the challenges of leadership and stewardship. So you bring a great point to life, Bob. You bring a great point to life. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Any other thoughts on this one that we should share? Bob, I hope that's okay. As people are thinking about is that okay?
Spot on. I have more thoughts to share, but I'll stop. That was brilliant. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other thoughts to share out, folks? No.
I think I'd only just say one other thing is that they've gone healthcare, satellites, e-commerce, delivery. At some point, that onward strategy, that long-term strategy, and that kind of ambidexterity and the capability that they've got, I don't know any other company who's been able to dominate so many other markets and go into so many different sectors that's very far away from their origins. Which is just bringing me back to just some of the obviously the foundation stones you've been talking about, Garvin, around that ability to think that far in the future and that capability in-house to do it is allowing them to do that, which is fantastic. But even thinking about going, we want to bring satellites to be able to sell more in rural parts of America, you know, that's an insane. I like the but why, but why, but why, and keep going there. Why can't you have it? But
Yes.
to even go that far as a commercial company
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
is I mean that's incredible. But it's
Yeah.
interesting just as I don't know any other organization whose breadth is that whose breadth and depth of service is that broad.
Yeah, brilliant point, Laura. Like right from the very start, Tesla and Musk is kind of they're not saying right, but there's a similar thing that goes on. I mean, anyone who's watched the Tesla share price for the last 20 years is like going, "Wow, that doesn't make any sense, right? Um, uh, uh, but actually, Amazon started a an investor dynamic right from their genesis, Laura. It's a brilliant point, which is they didn't they 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 were born not to serve the traditional investor market. What I mean by that is they didn't promise from Genesis quarterly results, stellar cash in the bank today. Their entire business model, because their entire philosophy is they build for tomorrow. Like what they do today is all about building for tomorrow because they believe if they get caught in the trap of building for today, you become handcuffed, anchored in your business today, and that is the that's the that's the self in that's the self-destructive that's self-destructive. That's what I'm trying to say. Because if you become so anchored in your business today, you are bounded by your business today. Tobacco companies, right? Seeing it, oil companies seeing it, but the entire culture and the entire thought process is about it's the next quarter's earnings, it's the next quarter's earnings, it's the next quarter's earnings. And if your very premise and existence is to deliver to the investor your promise of earnings next quarter, you have to make your decisions based on earnings next quarter or the responsibility you have, and actually the fiduciary legal responsibility that you have as a director of the business is to is to fulfill on that promise. And they, right from the very start, told the world, you will not be getting returns from us for, decades. I mean, that was like Bezos's earliest letters were about we're investing for tomorrow, we're building the most customer obsessed organization, etc., etc. But the parlance they put into the market was, and we are going to command technology to beat everybody else in experience like was the two and the market kind of went, that's interesting. Let's see how they go. Let's see how they go. And they were going well. And then they give them more money and they give them more money. But the very premise of existence, Laura, if it's making sense, is not to serve the markets today. It's to constantly invest to create the markets of tomorrow. And that's very lofty, right? But that's the philosophy. Bob was talking about philosophy. Culture is philosophy. It's how you think leads to how you act. So if your philosophy and how you think is, and you set yourself up for quarterly results delivery, you have to engineer your organization to do that. If your philosophy and your very existence is about results today don't matter because it's the results of tomorrow that people will really enjoy and it's that kind of creating that flywheel. Don't know if that's making sense, Laura, but I wanted that point about the long-termism. They're one of the very few organizations that manage to do that well. Anastasia, you had your hand up for a while. Sorry, I haven't got to you before now. How you?
Thank thank you, Gaurav. The letter feels more like an attempt to justify massive spending than a roadmap for sustainable profit. Amazon is printing to stay ahead of Microsoft and Google, but in doing so, they're stretching their capital to the limit, and it's a high stakes play where the risk might finally outweigh the rewards.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, and it's the point about there is your point about just let me check it is that there's a watch point which is about ruthlessly engineering for the future. If they make the wrong decisions, if they make the wrong bets, they might get it wrong. Am I picking that up right, Anastasia? Just to help me understand it?
Yes, I feel yeah.
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
Despite the talk of Alexa Plus and drones, this feels like recycled promises. We've been hearing about 20 minutes drone deliveries for years, yes, but yet the core businesses still relies on human labor and traditional vans.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Um, and it's a brilliant point again. So again, I'm conscious of time. We'll wrap this up shortly, but it's useful just to draw out some really, deeper kind of philosophies in it. And thanks, Anastasia. They definitely they don't they're entirely unbinary in how they think. That's how I assess them. And what I mean by that is they live in a world of dualities all the time. So they live in a world where they're constantly trying to, ingest cash. So it's cash from products sold and it's cash from investors, right? And they're constantly trying to use that cash to continue to build the powerhouse that they have today. And and one thing that we didn't talk about yet, but it's a huge part of it. I mean, they're in terms of their portfolio reallocation, it's a bit like standardization, simplification, like they're sweating the assets today to an extraordinary amount. They're just continuing to use AI and people, Anastasia, right? So absolutely, right? So they're pushing the boundaries of both, right? And they're trying to sweat both. And the philosophy is to build the base, right? Because their philosophy is, they started selling books, then they started selling everything, and then they started manufacturing everything. I mean, that's just the pattern that they went on, right? So they're trying to build a base of manufacture is ultimately manufacturing, but they tried to build a base of being a platform, an exchange platform. Then they got the data, then the scene where where most people were buying most things, and then they got very ruthless about Amazon's own, the Amazon's own products, and they've decimated like hundreds of businesses and put businesses out of business which they attracted to their platform in the first place. So I mean, it's incredible to think about that being a philosophy, but that is a philosophy and that's a stance that they've taken. Um, but they're not binary. What they do is they believe in self-propelling and they believe in power and they believe in might and put the customer at the center to help them to do that. But it's all about building, the store of value today, sweating that store today so they can reinvest in tomorrow, and the balance between technology and people. Again, they don't think binary around that. They constantly pivot. They constantly are sweating what they have today and constantly kind of calibrating forward, but they do have those long-term plays in place at the same time. I don't know if I'm making sense, Anastasia, but I'm trying to. There's a really deep philosophy that they have around being a very malleable organization. I'm sure you've all heard of Nicholas Taleb. He's an author and he wrote The Black Swan, but he also wrote a book called Anti-Fragile. And he in Anti-Fragile, would you take a minute on this because it might be useful? He talks, if you haven't read it, and it'd be good for me to check my understanding if you have. Because it's a long time since I read it. He talks about a shift in philosophy from static to fragile to anti-fragile. How do I best bring this to life? I'll tell you a story. My dad was a plumber. My dad was a plumber, right? And my dad used to tell me this story actually, and it brings this to life. So my dad used to because I used to go jobs with him on Saturday and things like that, right? And he used to I used to be plumbing with him, and I remember going with him at a time when plumbing shifted from copper to rubber, right? And I remember asking him the question, what's going on there, Dad? What's the rubber thing and what's the copper thing and why? And like it was a change for him, but he was a change he embraced. He was a progressive man. And but he would contextualize it back to me and we said, when I started Garmin, in the 1940s, I mean, we used to use a lot of clay pipes for plumbing houses. We used to run the clay pipes under the ground and so on. And he said a lot of the pipes that are out there then became steel. But he said we actually used clay sometimes, and it was and because steel was too dear and da 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 da. But he said it was really interesting he said when I thought about steel pipes, they were static. I mean, you couldn't. It was really hard to break a steel pipe and so on, right? And he said they were incredibly static, right? And he said, but the problem was they were deep underground, and if something went wrong, so one, they were expensive in the first place, and two is when they were deep underground and something went wrong and you had to replace it, it was expensive, it was difficult, and so on and so forth. So they were secure but static, if that makes sense, right? And then he said we tried clay pipes for a little while, but they were far too they were just they wouldn't endure, right? They were trying to do the same thing, but they wouldn't endure. And then he said the world started to use copper. And he said copper was interesting because it was much lighter than steel, much more flexible than steel. And he said because housing was getting more sophisticated, we had to be able to put the plumbing in faster because building was becoming more sophisticated. And then the shapes of houses, we were moving away from standard shapes to bespoke shapes. So we said we needed something durable, but yet, hard and tough and da 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 da. And he said, so clay didn't, steel clay didn't work, and then copper. But he said what we found about copper is that we've bypassed now copper because we've continued to build houses faster and faster. And he said everybody's building their own house now, so it's not just 10 types of houses versus one type of house. Everyone has their own type of house. And because we've got to fit out houses faster, we now need to rubber because we can just run the rubber around the house very quickly and the joints and so on and so forth. So we don't have to bend the copper anymore. And the notion of that is the thinking and the resources are changing to match the environment that's around Anastasia. I might all be losing you all now, but hopefully you're getting this idea that you have to think and reinvent to use your resources and in a different way to be able to take advantage of the environment around you. And that's so Amazon in the book in Taleb, they call it an anti-fragile organization. So it's this idea of static organizations or organizations set up to do one thing in one structure and instructions pass from one division to the other, old industry, right? And he said then, Taleb said, we then see this idea of the fragile organization, which is if you don't move to try to be more agile, you'll stay static and then you become fragile. So the more you try to be stable, the more fragile you become in a world that's volatile and in the world that's been disruptive, if that makes sense. And then they drew out, and in the book, Amazon is one of many, but it is one of the key, the big kind of use test cases or examples of an organization who are anti-fragile. And in fact, they try and create arbitrage in markets to shape the market to suit themselves. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of that idea of static to fragile to anti-fragile is really interesting. But it brings to life that kind of core philosophy. Anastasia, I'm probably not at all answering the question you asked or the theme that you brought up, but does that make sense? And folks, does that kind of thinking make sense? Yeah. Okay. All good. All good. Okay. Cool. Um, we should move on. Will we do a little bit more content and then get ourselves to a break in a couple of minutes? Why don't we try and do that? Okay. Brilliant discussion. Thank you. Wonderful, everybody, for jumping in. So where are we? I want to do just a little bit of a recap. I always do a little bit of a recap. I won't spend long on this because we were together, not, was it last week, the week before? I can't remember the weeks, but we covered technology. And I just want to just remind ourselves that we're in the culture piece today, but it's people and technology working together, and that's a core theme of what we're doing today. But the last time that I was with you on technology, we shared this idea of conceptually thinking about your technology from the front to the back. And as we're thinking about what kind of technologies do we need to match the thinking, this whole idea and all these principles around modular, discrete and componentized, using APIs so that our technology is malleable. There's this whole idea of anti-fragile technology actually is what we're kind of bringing to life when we think about these design principles, because a lot of legacy technology infrastructure that organizations of 40 and 30 and 40 and 50 and maybe longer years ago, they're static. They find it really hard to change them, right? So the whole, modern philosophy is around modularizing technology through by means of understanding what services they provide, and then being able to connect them or reconnect them or disconnect them or reassemble them or reconfigure them so that the technology matches the agile thinking or this ability to evolve. And that's kind of the kind of the core kind of thinking that sits behind that. And then I shared with you a few actually articles, McKinsey's and others, on how to think about, because lots of organizations have to think about how do we shift from static, old, inflexible technology stacks to flexible, componentized, reconfigurable technologies. And there's big bang replacements, and then there's used journeys to reconfigure the technologies to serve the journeys because it's all service based technologies, or moving over to, if you can't actually, if your technology is so welded together, the idea of building a green stack. So starting again and then ultimately migrating to the new stack over time. But they're the kind of things that I was trying to bring to life in that regard. So I think the key messages are you need to think about understanding the services that your technology should be providing to you, and this idea of demand and supply. So technology supply, where you start with is demand. So what are you trying to do? What services enable that? And what technologies do you need to deliver what services to supply the demand? And then constructing it, as I said, in this elastic, scalable, and reconfigurable way is key. And then it's a hard thing to do, because technology is deep invested, and it's hard to change technologies, particularly composite technology stacks. So that requires presence and care of thought. So that were the kind of key pieces I wanted to just remind ourselves. Some of us work in B2B businesses, and I'm not going to go through this in a whole lot of detail, but there are some slides in the pack that I shared around how to think about B2B, because we've talked about customer centricity a lot, and some people kind of say, "Oh, how do I apply that to the B2B world?" Right? And actually, I think it's applicable to all the 10 capabilities that we talk about in our program. And this kind of just might be a useful reference slide if you're thinking about BX. So instead of CX, think about BX. So in a B2B world. Because in a B2B world, customer centricity might be, how do we apply technology to the end-to-end journey to solve for users, right? So how do we think of the journey? How do we remove friction, solve jobs to be done, and then use technology services and kind of new ways of thinking to deliver differentiated delight? I mean, I'm super summarizing, but you get the essence, and it's what we've covered so far. In a B2B world, it's the same but different. And what I mean by it's the same, in a B2B world, the leaders who are doing this extraordinarily well, they think about the end customer, but they think about the business that they're serving, who serves the end customer, and they almost have a duality where they think about how do we deliver a great experience to our business so that they can deliver a great experience to their customer, and it's actually as simple as that. It's much more complex because you have to construct and engineer two layers of experience. We find that it's actually been slower to happen because it's harder to do, but the people who've been able to do it tremendously well are people who people have really made. And Stripe is a wonderful example. Our Collisons from the West. They've invested in creating the simplest e-commerce platform on the planet, and it is talked about as one of the only technologies that are potentially are plug and play. This idea of plug and play is nonsense. It's not that easy, right? It's not that simple. If your technology is set up in the right way, it can be that simple. But the Collisons and Stripe, they actually talk about DX, developer experience, and they focus in on the developers that are building websites for shop owners and for businesses, how do we make their life just so easy, and they are obsessed about DX. So how do we make the developer experience so easy to integrate Stripe as the payments platform and as the e-commerce solution for websites? And I mean, they've built a massive business. They're very smart lads. They're not lads. That sounds wrong. They're very smart men and people, and they've done tremendous. But again, they've had this just uber focus on experience. So they make it easy for developers to make it easy for business owners to make it easy for customers to make payments on web platforms. And again, that philosophy is that similar kind of philosophy. I'm not going to go through everything on this page. But I am going referencing it to you for a couple of minutes, just to say, it might give you if you're in a B2B, it might just give you some prompts for how what we're covering in this program is equally as applicable to a B2B or a B2B to B2C scenario as it is to a B2C scenario. So if that's of interest, happy to pick up and chat through any of these. But I do think, and often over the years, I've kind of got that question. And when I'm working with my own clients in B2B, we kind of just we take the same philosophies, but we apply it to those and their circumstances, if that makes sense. Okay. Right, it's heading on for 11:15, and I think it's time for a cup of coffee. So will we take how are you feeling about it's 11:30 and we get back at 11:20. It gives us 7 minutes, run, get a coffee and have a little bit of a refresh, and we'll keep the day going at pace. Well done, everyone. Thanks a mil. We'll see you in 7 minutes.
Thank you.
Stasia, love all the thumbs. Yeah, we're recording again. Welcome back, everybody. I'm going to kick it on and just keep us moving if that's okay. So, deck is already, all the decks are, as I said, are uploaded. So hopefully you got a chance to read those either before or hopefully afterwards. I'm not going to read them out, and some of these I've written more for you to take away and so on. So that's just a general bit of housekeeping. Sorry, the other bit of housekeeping I should have mentioned is pattern for today, time expectations. So let's keep ourselves going here now till about 12:30, if that's okay. I'm going to suggest, because the pattern seems to be we're all good with half-hour lunches as opposed to an hour lunch. So if you've any dissent to that, and it might be the wrong time to ask because people may still be coming back in. So those of you who are with us have the veto. So we're going to do half-hour lunch. So we'll kind of somewhere between 20 to 1. We'll do a half-hour lunch. I'm going to suggest to you that we'll keep going till 3. I have tried to bring guest speakers in as we go through the program. And we had James a couple of weeks ago, which I think was great. There's a gentleman called Aidan McCullen, who is a superb speaker. He runs the Innovation Show. Some of you may be subscribers. He's written a book called Undestructible. I got Aidan to join us a couple of years ago, and he did a presentation with us. He's a busy guy. He costs lots of money to get, so he was good enough to give us one event for free as a gift. But I mean, the longevity of it is wonderful. So what I'm going to suggest we do is we work through to 3. And then I'm going to leave you, either you can do it from 3 to 4, but if you want to enjoy the sunshine and you want to do it in one of the evenings, watch Aidan's presentation. It's wonderful. It's excellent. It's superb. So I'm going to try and work us on the basis that we'll keep going till about 12:30, 20 to 1. And then we will get ourselves, we'll give ourselves the option to watch that offline. Either you continue this afternoon if you have your time allocated, or watch it in your own time. You may want to get out and enjoy some sunshine. So I hope that's okay with everyone this afternoon. And this is about just respecting tired Saturdays, all that kind of good stuff. But what I want to do is make sure that you get the fullest out of this. So we're not scrimping on content, to giving you a little bit more optionality, if that's okay. And kind of back to the time. I mean, we're big girls and boys, so I'm not going to try and read all the slides to you for you. That's I'll leave that to you. I'm going to try and give you the overtures. I'm going to try and give you the melody, and let you look at the notebooks and the music books yourself. So, one of the things we've been trying to do, Josh Bershon, fantastic thought leader on culture, and he many years ago just coined it lovely. Digital transformation is not about technology at all. It's all about the people, and that's why we spend this Saturday doing this, and that's why we spend this Saturday talking about culture. I'm not going to try and read this slide, but I do want to orientate us around the culture iceberg. So the culture iceberg is just a nice model for us to think about the core concept of what culture is. Okay, so if you all know an iceberg, icebergs float in the sea, and 90% of the iceberg is not visible to the human eye. It is to the fish, because 90% of the iceberg is below the waterline. Okay, you only ever see 10% of the iceberg. And let's parallel that then with culture, because culture is how we think and what we do. And in the same ratio of, what we do is about 10% of the story. So when you see what people do, and when we think about culture, the essence of culture is the way we do things around here. And it's what we do. So it's the organizational habits, if you want to think of it that way. That's a really nice way, I always believe, to just coin what culture is. Some people go a step further and they say real culture is what people do when the boss isn't in the room. Like, they're the true behaviors of an organization. But if you think about the habits, the behaviors of the crowd, right? That's a way to think about observing culture. But you only are observing what people are doing and what they're saying, and to a degree you can't get into their minds, because it's really what's in their minds, what they're thinking, equates to and has the cause effect of them doing things that they do. So when we think about managing culture, yes, we should be observing what people do, and that should be about observing their behaviors. So if people are behaving badly, you obviously address that. You can observe skills, so people's ability to follow processes and or practices and so on and so forth. So you can observe that. But actually truly understanding and truly engaging culture and truly engineering culture, it's down to the values that people hold dear. So love the way we're having a conversation about values earlier on: stewardship, responsibility, boundaries. It's the belief system, it's attitudes, and it's the core philosophy, as we said, that really equates to what people do, because what you think is how you'll act, if that makes sense, right? So when we're thinking about culture, what we're really dominantly is trying to think about how do we change, how do we amplify. It's not change, right? So that's wrong. That's because that would presume that everybody thinks wrong. They don't. It's how do you help people to think, more of the good things that they think about, or to think about things in new ways, to get them to act more in a way that you want them to, or to act in new ways, or indeed to stop thinking in a certain way so that they stop acting in a certain way. And that's the very essence of the idea of the iceberg: thinking and acting. Now, when I'm applying this, it's my own arboration of it. I add a third dimension to the culture iceberg, which is the waterline, because it's on the waterline is where we see structure and we see customs, because you can get people thinking differently. But if you don't organize your people in the optimal way so that the thinking is magnified and amplified, so that the actions happen the way you want them, well, then you can always come around. Okay. So in the afternoon, we're going to do some exercises on structure and customs. Okay. And I'm going to show you the operating model canvas. So I'm going to show you how to think about designing how people are structure their work in an organization. And then on customs, I'm going to show you the ready operating system canvas. And that's a way to diagnose and work with the customs of an organization. Now, they're different than the values of the individual because every individual has their own values, but the structures and customs are the way that we connect people in groups or as a whole group. So the three components that we try and think about when we're thinking about culture and digital culture is what's the belief system of individuals and how do we set the right kind of philosophy in an organization, then set them up with the right kind of practices or customs in an organization. I'll show you that in the afternoon so that we can amplify the behavior skills and processes or ultimate practices of individuals working together so that we can build value, use the technology, be good stewards, and ultimately create value. All right. So that's my level set for a couple of minutes in terms of culture. Does that make kind of sense to everybody? Anybody want to check in on that? Is that okay? Yeah. Hopefully, I kind of tried to put a few words around it in the slide. Yeah, thanks, Brian and Bob. Good. Okay, well, listen, if you want to just jump in with me at any stage, if you want. So my book, Digital Business Strategy, and here I'm going to try and bring you through 9 dimensions of digital DNA, which all relate back to the culture iceberg. I mean, there's the role of leaders in the first instance. We'll touch on that. There's behaviors which sit above the waterline. Skills sit above and below the waterline, and values very much sit like underneath the waterline. But there's things I'll touch on today, which is about rewards, policies, and we'll touch in on methods as well. So for me, there are kind of 9 kind of modules or kind of nodes of culture, but they're ultimately levers. Right. There's things we can do around behaviors, values, skills, rewards, policy methods, and then the role of leaders themselves so that we can evolve culture. And that's what we're going to try and touch on today, if that makes sense. I'll leave you. I'm not going to go around this one because to be honest, from even, I produced it, but it's, you can read it and you can say, okay, they're all the things I should be doing. Okay. And it's a bit generic. But as a starting point, as a leader, you probably need to just have a formula for leadership. That's probably what I would be encouraging you to do. And what I always encourage everybody to say, what's your flywheel as a leader? I mean, this would be my flywheel as a digital leader. I would have, really been focused on understanding what's happening in the world, the trends, and digesting the environment. I'd be trying to build strategies to evolve because when I led digital, digital wasn't my brief. I was a strategist. So I was trying to figure out how to deploy digital to enable strategy, the same way as I work with organizations today to deploy AI to enable strategy. It's an enabler, nothing more than that. But I always believe that, you got to walk the talk. So if you wanted people to think and act differently, you had to think and act differently. So we're going to do an exercise in a few minutes about looking at ourselves as leaders. That's going to be my double click on this flywheel. And then, you got to design and drive cultural change. So you have to understand culture, understand how to engineer culture in order to change it. So again, we're touching in on that today. And the why is really important for culture because people have to have a North Star. I probably didn't dwell on it, but sometimes when in different slides that I show this back to the iceberg, the flag on top of the iceberg, I mean, you've got to send out a signal of a direction of travel that's inspiring, that's motivating. Your job as a leader to do that, and that's just a leadership role. Digital leaders do need to do exactly the same thing. So sorry, I'm flicking slides on you. So you really got to illuminate on the why, the purpose, right, the mission, the agenda, the ambition. That's really important. And then, you've got to, bit like the debate with Amazon, you've got to really bring everybody along, but you've got to give everyone a voice because it's in that debate, it's in that percolating the perspectives that you'll really get the true the true reality of both culture, but also of innovation. And then you can get people to collaborate when you've got people, kind of debating, talking, and so on and so forth. But you got to get people collaborating in your organization. But if you believe that you've got to be open, so you need to partner to make things happen faster and better, well, then you also need to apply all this to your partners and all the people in your ecosystem. So it's a lot of things to manage, but it's critical. And then modeling ambidextrous transformation is the explore, the exploit stuff. We were talking about allies, ruthless prioritization. It's all those kind of things, when it's sweating the core to reinvest in tomorrow and creating that flywheel of portfolio management. And it's got to be sustainable. So I loved Anastasia's point earlier on about, you got to make the right bets and you got to be able to calibrate as you go through executing strategy as a leader. So in the middle, then, it's all about connecting purpose, strategy, and culture. And stories, I mean, are amazing. And that's why I'm asking you to write a little story in your assignment too, and to play back to me your investor relations pitch for your digital transformation. But we'll come to that in the afternoon. And then you've got to really work for all your stakeholders and create value for everybody, because it's got to be win-win-win, or somebody's losing. And if somebody's losing, everybody loses. I mean, that's again, a really important philosophy. And you got to disrupt with empathy. It's hard. I was with a team yesterday. We were doing a case study. And we talked a lot about empathy, that the modern leader, the faster things are happening, the more progressive they're happening at each phase of increasing acceleration, the tougher it is. It's hard. It's hard for people to change. It's hard for organizations. It's hard for the individuals. It's actually hard for customers to keep up as well. So you've got to be empathetic to that. And apply care. So that's kind of bringing us a little bit back to to my belief system might be a little bit different than Amazon's. I do believe in be ruthless in driving, but I believe you've got to get symbiosis on the inside with your own people, with the customer on the outside. And I do think, I mean, I probably lean more to the Richard Branson school of thought. And in Virgin, his school of thought is, create the best experience on the inside and they'll shine on the outside. Do you know what I mean? So I think there's a happy medium between the two. But I'm only sharing my perspective. You'll have your own and so on. The one I wanted to just spend a little few minutes on is what I kind of call my DNA. And these are kind of the 9 almost philosophies and practices that I've observed that digital organizations really try and adopt in order to create the environment for technology and humanity to kind of blend and serve better win-win-win outcomes together. So let me run through them, and what I'm going to do in a couple of minutes, this will be an exercise we do before lunch. I'm going to get you to, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to pair you off in a few minutes to have a look in the mirror. So I'm going to share these 9 strains with you, and then I'm going to put you into an exercise to have a discussion about of the 9 strains. Where do you think you are today on them? So there's a bit of self-reflection as part of today, if that's okay. So what I'll be asking you to do is jump into some pods. We'll do pairs and have a discussion about when we've gone through them. How do I feel I do? Am I hot on that? Or am I a little cold on that one? And is there something I need to be thinking and doing if I buy into it and if I believe that it's important? So setting that scene out for you, that in about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to jump you into that if that's okay. So we're going to have that opportunity to look in the mirror. Hopefully that's okay for everybody. I mean, the exercises I think are always good fun. I think everyone gets value out of them. Right, so let's walk through them. Some of them are easy and fairly logical, and some of them need a little bit of explanation. So I'm going to taper accordingly, right? Designing for digital is, we've covered that in the 7 building blocks. It's around, digital is a method for delivering solutions, and helping people to get jobs done and create delightful experiences on the basis that if you help people to do what they want to do and it's nice to do it, that you'll be able to command a premium and you'll be competitive in that regard. That's definitely the case on the outside. I talk about 720 because 720 is, I believe you need to think about doing that on the outside. But I believe, again, I'm back to the Branson school of thought, that you need to design for your organization to be digitally equipped and digitally enabled so that they can have the best experience on the inside, which is to give them the best opportunity to design and execute the best experience on the outside. So designing for digital is holistic, or it's there's a double circumference almost that we need to take in mind. So look after your colleagues, enable them so that they can enable their market. And it relates back to the B2B context. But actually, if you think about B2B, if you're a B2B business, you got to design for your people to support their businesses, to support their customers, right? And that's where it gets really complex. And that's why then that complexity, it's harder to engineer, but that's the philosophy. Okay. The defining North Star, we've touched on it. In order for people to take the leap and embrace the full spectrum of change that we ask people to consume in the organization, there has to be a really compelling reason to do it. Okay. And digital leaders are great storytellers. They're fantastic motivators. They're inspirational. They set, an ambition that everyone wants to be part of. And Nadell and Microsoft has did a wonderful job in terms of their strapline, which is they want to enable people and businesses to do more. It's really simple, right? But it's actually, I find that a very compelling thing. I work with Microsoft, and I see them talk about that, and I hear them, and they remind themselves all the time. We are here to empower people and organizations to do more, right? So, how does that connect to technology? Well, technology is just a means then, right? So what they do is they build, deliver, and serve the means for people to do more. But actually their belief system, their purpose, like their North Star, their goal and how they measure themselves is, if we're helping people to do more, and everyone then can have their own definition of what doing more is, you see, because you don't have to define it. It's just, everyone has their personal do more. So I think that whole idea of that defining North Star is really, really, really important. Data-led ambition. Right. So it's about taking intuition, not necessarily out, but coupling it with data. So data is the source of honesty. It helps to create those debates that we've talked about. Data is the way to manage progress, but it's always data around honesty and progress towards the North Star, the big long-term thinking, not the quarterly results that we talked about again earlier on. And that data then is also used to reward or to correct or to direct. So nobody has an unqualified conversation is essentially what you see. So I remember walking into a chief data officer's office, and he had one of these little brass tags on his desk. You know the way you see those brass tags? You used to see, chairmans and chairwomen, decades ago had their names on it on the desk, right? So he had one of these in the desk, which is, in God we trust, everybody else must bring data. So I thought it was a really nice way to bring this idea of, don't come into my office unless you have a data substantiated conversation, and data is part intuition, right? I believe because I've observed, but you have to couple that with, and the data that I've unearthed supports that, right? So it shouldn't be one or the other. It's got to be both intuition and also analysis, hard analysis. That's really important as well. The DNA again of organizations that really kind of thrive, they surface debate and difference of opinion, but they do that through diversity, right? They gather different types of people in the room, partners, colleagues, people from the ecosystem, customers all the time, okay? And in a very equitable and a very inclusive way, they try and surface and percolate up really how people think, what's going on in people's minds. And then they try and work through that to identify what's really, really, really important to solve and to figure out. And then that becomes the prioritization. So the Amazon case earlier on is probably just that's the same thing as I'm really saying there. Um, Double innovation is that innovation is not a sideshow. Do you know what I mean? It's not a bunch of dudes in the innovation lab just hacking away with a couple of boards and chips and having a bit of fun and crack. Like double innovation is about everybody is supported to innovate. And if you go back to this, links back to my ambidextrous organization, my explore, my exploit. So if you know, so we definitely need to have people exploring all the time, what's coming, what's next, what might work, what might not work, etc., etc. So that's that. But innovation in the exploit is continuous improvement, right? It's that everybody comes in and has a conversation about how can we be better. And that links me down to never acquiesce, right? And if there was one that I would just double down on for a couple of minutes, it's this idea of never acquiesce. But I use it. Sorry, I got a bit boundaried when I did this by the DNA thing and trying to keep the D and the N and the A and so on and so forth. So forgive me, right? But so never acquiesce. It also equates to, and this is a reasonably well written about leadership philosophy, and it evolved in sport, and it's called constructive dissatisfaction. So Clive Woodward and the English rugby team in 2003, when they went down to Australia as probably fourth or fifth seed, won the World Cup, and everyone said, "WTF? What's going on there?" Right? And they, as a camp, developed this idea of constructive dissatisfaction. They stole it actually from the British cycling team, and I can't remember the name of the gentleman who kind of crystallized it, right? But British cycling kind of gestated it, and English rugby were one of the first sports teams to really kind of make it work for them on a global grandstand stage. And there's kind of two components to this. And the first one is this might sound counterintuitive, right? So, and definitely to some modern leadership and management thinking, right? So a lot of leaders, and I believe in this as well. I mean, I say to people, you can't have any more than three or four, maybe five, like really big priorities that you're ever working on at the same time. You can't. You just can't handle any more than that. You've got to ruthlessly prioritize, right? There can not be three or four things that in strategically that you're not just ruthlessly focusing in on. And that stands. And that doesn't compete with the following. When you're pursuing those three, four, five things that are going to be absolutely ruthlessly prioritized, you need to deconstruct what's the 100 things that needs to be done in order to execute on the three or four or five priorities. And you need to do one thing better every day in each one of those 100 things in order to create exponential return, right? Because if you try and create an incremental move on three or four or five things, a 1% improvement on five things is a 5% improvement. Might be 7% when you compound it, right? Whereas if you do one thing better across 100 things, right? So I'm using the 100, right? Because they talk about 100 things, right? If you do one thing better across 100 things and you repeatedly do that over time, you won't get 1x results, you won't get 10x results, you get 100x type of results. Okay. So it's the philosophy of we break down what are the critical things that we need to do in order to pursue our big goals, and we ruthlessly focus in on continuously improving the 100 things or the many things. And if we are and sorry, it's also really clever when you think about it, because it's hard to make leapfrogs on things. It's much easier to break things down and make incremental changes. But if you frequently make incremental changes, it actually turns into exponential results, and you'll be able to do the math, and intuitively that hopefully makes sense to you. So Clive Woodward and the English team, they went down to with this 100 things. So the 100 things was their motto, right? So we're going to do 100 things better. But they had a couple of big themes, and one of their big themes was hopefully I'm not boring you now, but give me a minute, right? But one of their big things was they looked at their game, they looked at their game players, and they observed that they didn't have the panache and flair of the French. So they just didn't have it, right? And they didn't have the all-round athleticism of the Kiwis, right? So they said, okay, well, we don't have that, so we're not going to try and play to those. So again, they were really focused that we're not trying to play with flair. We're not going to try and play with all round. They said, well, what is our strength, actually? And then our strength is brute force. They had incredible brutish players. Lawrence Delalio, Martin Johnson, they had what they called talisman, right? They were skilled, but they were tougher than they were skilled, if you get the idea. Now, I hope I'm not being unfair to like amazing group of players and so on and so forth. But they said our strength is our brute force, right? So they said, so they magnified in on physicality within the rules to a degree, because they said if we're going to outplay on physicality, we're probably going to push the boundaries of the rules of this sport, and we're probably more likely to get more yellow cards and ultimately more red cards than everybody else. So they calculated all this out, the 100 things. This was a number of the 100 things, right? And what they did was, and everybody kind of scratched their head when they seen um, uh, what was his name that oh, I can't remember, the Clive Woodward, yeah. So Clive Woodward brought a full team of barristers, sports uh, barristers, to Australia in camp, and everyone went, well, you might have one, but why have you got four or five? And it turned out that they did start getting, because they played their game to their strength, they start getting more yellow cards and more red cards than everybody else. But behind the scenes, they had a legal team who were working ruthlessly all the time to overturn decisions, right? So they applied arbitrage to the rules of the game by just being smart. The 100 things, one of their 100 things was the legal team, and they did manage to overturn a couple of cards, and they got their talisman to the final. And what they did was they built an incredible kind of an essence of belief in their game, because they became, I mean, their nutrition was exceptional, their training routines was exceptional. It was at about a time when England were doing it as well. And there's a great Netflix documentary, and I'll talk about the All Blacks in the afternoon. There's a great Netflix thing about how they were starting to design their jerseys, with this incredibly tight skinning clothing technology, so that people couldn't grab them when they were running by them. And they were doing all these kind of, this is the era when all this started to emerge, and England were one of the team that were doing that as well. Anyway, they overturned, they got their talisman to the final, but because they did 100 things better all the time, they built belief in their system. And it was the belief with the kind of the ruthless tactics that won them the World Cup. And I think it's a wonderful story about, how, against the odds, if you play the odds and if you drive continuous improvement, you could get there. So that's called constructive dissatisfaction. And when I go in and sit with Google Teams or Airbnb Teams, or I go and sit with maybe in Ryanair, you sit with digital teams, what they do is they turn up every day, and they say, what did we do yesterday? And how could we do the good things better today? And how will we stop doing the things that didn't go so well yesterday? That's it. But they have that just basic rhythm of every day, every morning, every hour. They persistently are constructively dissatisfied, so that they build confidence in dissatisfaction, if you get what I mean, right? And that is a kind of a primal thread of this culture, and I just have it there as never acquiesce. Right, I want to get you to an exercise. I've gone a little bit over time, but let me pull that back. Advantage to democratization is, I mean, we see that in the world more generally. Open source, right? So they don't keep secrets. What they do is they share. So, and I mean, I don't know about you, but I mean, one of the things that I do probably every quarter, I end up bringing teams from one organization to meet another organization, and organizations share stuff now, right? Because there's no advantage in secrecy, because it's just too much to know, and the world is happening too fast. So there's this belief that if you democratize your advantage and you share it with the world, right? by democratizing that advantage and sharing it with the world, it propels you to build the next advantage. You can share that with them afterwards, but you're always trying to build the next advantage, right? And it links back to constructive dissatisfaction. They're agile and nimble. We've covered all that in the program, and really importantly, they have incredible empathy. They're constantly assuring safe passage for people in the organization. They're trust building across an organization. They're saying it's okay to be scared. It's okay to be uncomfortable. Let's try and figure out how to get you comfortable as a customer, as a partner, as a colleague, because they embrace discomfort and they soothe and solve for discomfort such that discomfort doesn't become the barrier. Actually, there's advantage in trading in discomfort and in solving for discomfort. And I'd love to tell you the story about Shackleton, Ernest Shackleton, and the voyage to the North Pole. But anybody who knows, it's a great story about the care and empathy that Shackleton employed in the 20 or so sailors that were stranded when the ice closed into them. They were a year on the ice, 1 year on the ice. And it's a most fantastic story. GPT it, or Gemini it later on. Give me a summary of Ernst Shackleton. It's a wonderful story about emphatic leadership, and I really would encourage that. Okay, does that all make sense to everybody? Okay, cool. Let me take down my slide. Oh, I won't actually. Sorry, I'll put up back up. Thank you for the thumbs up. So good. So let me put back up my slides. Right. Okay. So that's your DNA. You can get the slides in the IOB Learn. What I'll do is I'll take a picture of it and I'll put it in the chat in a second. And what I want you to do is I'm going to put you into breakouts. And I want you to just have a conversation about, okay, how do I fare out? Am I hot? Anywhere I'm tepid, anywhere I'm cold, and have a conversation about what resonates with you, and as a digital leader, what you think you need to think about, if that's okay. Right. How many have we got today? 14. So I'm going to do 7 breakout groups and I'll keep an eye. Um, and they should all be open now. So let's just pop in there for a quick 10-minute chat and then we'll come back and we'll just maybe share some perspectives. Is that okay, everyone? Groovy. Excuse me. So Dave Brailsford, correct. Thank you, Bob. That's excellent. All right, Stefan, it doesn't look like you're with us. I just need to go. Oh, you are. There you go.
For the first time, humanoid robots have
workers training in
Hmm. Now we are back. And we do again. Was all right. Ah, everybody's coming back. Welcoming. Will come in. All good? Yeah. Everyone coming back. Wonderful. Sorry for the abrupt halt. That's sometimes the way it goes. Great. Cormac, how'd you get on, Cormac, in your chat? Was there somebody with you? Hopefully everybody got somebody to have a chat with. Yeah.
Yeah,
Anything?
we Renan and Anastasia. Yeah, we talked down kind of through the nine core points, and we just chatted about which ones resonated with each of us within our own work environments. Renan works within a governmental body in the water area, and myself and Anastasia are both in a bank. Yeah, yeah, it was definitely the majority of the nine resonated with the three of us, particularly around data, I think, the data led point. But we actually just got talking about how AI is being adopted within our different companies, and the data crunch was where it's being used most, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool. I mean, an interesting technique I seen one company do to kind of to flick the switch was they disallowed appendices in a financial company where normally everyone puts all the data, and they said they asked them everyone to flip the documents. So just
Interesting.
present the data and a distinct summary at the end of the data page and put all the put all the waffle down into the appendix. It was a bit harsh, right? But they did it as an experiment. But again, it's just about these are just infiltrations to change the behavior, and because sometimes you have to change the behavior to reverse engineer the philosophy, if that makes sense, Cork. So really interesting to hear that data came out wrong. Thank you for that. Thank you, Brian. Little messages coming through there. Imelda, I checked you guys and yourself and Laura, wasn't it, having a quick chat? Maybe share what you guys are chatting about.
Yeah. I suppose one of the things we were talking about there was around trade-offs and with how some companies they they won't implement them because of cost, time, resources, etc. That it can be difficult to get people on board to bring in the full nine
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, how do you move nine forward at the same time? So I think my thought earlier on about, you're only going to do three, maybe four, maybe five things really well. We'll do this in the afternoon, the exercise around the operating system, because the operating system is a means to help to do that. So we're gonna play with that actually. But the thing is to pick maybe one or two, and then do three or four or five things in the one or two to kind of push things forward, because you can't do all together. You're spot on, right? It's next now impossible. So that prioritization, and then that, in your priorities, micro identifying in the micro what needs to be done to enable the macro. I don't know if that makes sense, Imelda, but there's an important approach around decoupling things, prioritizing things, decoupling things, and kind of getting in to where you can actually have impact. and then persistently trying to make impact the one better every day. And that in there is where you can kind of imbue success if you get what I mean. Brilliant. Thank you for that. Um, okay. Anyone else other thoughts? Cormac, I love your screensaver or your profile, whatever it is. It looks like a stained glass window. Because I've watched it a few times. What is it, man? Yeah,
Camera or audio on.
you're gone. Yeah, you're good.
It's a I think it's a Van Gogh painting,
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
don't know the name of it. But I was set years ago,
yeah.
but
So it just resonated with you. Yeah.
yeah, I
And,
like
and
colors.
yeah, I haven't been able to blow it up. I've tried to expand it, and it stays as a really. It's almost like an icon on your smartphone. You're not getting-
I'll dig it out and I'll share
Yeah,
with
it
the
looks
group.
lovely.
Yeah,
It looks lovely. Yeah,
yeah.
like always, it attracts my eyes. Okay, good. Anybody any other thoughts to share? Useful discussion. Yeah. So again, ideas give everyone an opportunity just to kind of take a bit of a breath, meet each other one to one. But the psychology behind it is get you talking about it, get you thinking about it, and the more you think about it, the more you'll act. So it's the very essence of it. In the afternoon, I'll show you an exercise. I get to you now, Brian, on the operating system, which you can do at a macro level in the organization. I encourage you all the time. I mean, when I'm with teams, a lot of time what I'll do with teams, I'll develop principles. So those 9 DNAs, they tend to be they're just a set of principles that a team can do. But I often, when I'm with teams, and I'm working with them persistently, I get them to establish their principles, and then I get them to persistently talk about how they're progressing with their principles, where it's working, where it's challenging, and so on and so forth. Because articulating things, I mean, that's the whole point of culture. It's, what the fuck's culture, right? But if you start to get granular and articulate what kind of culture you want, then you can start thinking about moving towards being that culture. So this whole idea of articulating your desired culture is really important. Brian, sorry, you were trying to get in.
So, sorry, Garvin, thank you. No, I was in a group with Sylvia, and she had to leave us temporarily. She'll be back in half an hour. It's been interesting points. We're going through each one, and we're coming to a similar conclusion that even with trying to be nimble and agile going forward, she made a good point from her perspective that with the use of AI in teams and projects, there's more pressure now to have the same outcome of a project, but with more focus on cost control, or have less people in the team doing the same project as before.
Yeah.
And she was talking about how I was asking questions about that, how it linked to the culture and never giving up and focusing on that. And so she had an interesting perspective on the new pressures already with the use of AI instead of creating more opportunities to do projects better or in different ways. Just it's cost control again is the main feature.
Yeah, yeah. And it's I mean it's interesting, isn't it, that there's just such a dynamic. I mean the most persistent conversation in every organization is, oh, I have too many priorities. We don't have enough resources. It's always one of the other those things. I mean that's going on, right? And that's when you're I mean again this might be too conceptual, but that's when we're reactive. And again, the ruthless prioritization stuff we talked about was Amazon, right? Not to use them as the necessarily thing, but the idea of ahead of time, you're constantly creating the capacity because you know you're going to fill it. Whereas in a lot of organizations, we see the cost program comes down, right? And you're responding to meet the cost program. So you use all your resources to get rid of resources in order to get back to a starting point. And you're all the time behind the starting line, trying to get to the starting line. Whereas the philosophy of the constructive dissatisfaction, continuous improvement, is that you're already down the track before the race has started, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if that's making sense, Brian. I don't know if that's correlating back to that conversation, but that does require a
Yeah.
different mindset. It requires this persistent. I was with a team last week for 3 days, And at the end of day two, I got very frustrated with them because they were saying, "Oh, we need to do all this new stuff." And I said, "You in 2 days, you haven't said what you're not going to do. In 2 days, you haven't told me what you're going to stop." And I said, "I'm not coming back tomorrow." I said, "Because this is foolery." And they were kind of they got a bit annoyed with me then, but that was the whole idea. I was trying to get everyone annoyed because I said, "I'm not coming back tomorrow because you can't do this. And you're wasting your time, and yeah, and you could waste your money on me tomorrow if you so wanted. I mean, you can make the decisions, folks, but I don't want to work with organizations who aren't going to like get ahead of themselves." And they went, "Okay, what do we do?" And I said, "So you go and have your dinner this evening and come back in tomorrow. We start the conversation tomorrow with what you're going to stop doing." And they did. And again, it was just a kind of this example of sometimes you have to intervene, almost from the act back in to change the behavior or to change the value. Because they had a value as, they're a very big organization and they believe that, well, we'll always get the resources to do more because we're the champs, we're the winning, we're the growing part of the organization, which is reality, right? But I said, guys, the tide is going to turn. Somebody's going to stay. You can't have any more resources. And I said, I'm just trying to watch out for you. I'm trying to be that just independent voice and that on the shoulder, in your ear, annoying you. And we had a really good conversation because they actually at the end of the 3 days they left very relieved. They said, "Well, we know we're going to stop and we know we're going to start, but actually we figured out we don't need anything else to do it. Like we've got most of it within our own control." And therefore, Brian, they left in with a bit more comfortable that okay, actually we can do this because how many like meetings offsites did we go to where we do the big thing on the board and we're going to do all this kind of stuff and everyone goes away and goes, yeah, whatever, well, how are we going to do that? I don't know if that's correlating, Brian, if that's making sense.
Well, yeah, and Sylvia said she should watch this back to hear what we're talking about. I suppose the always a sure point. Sometimes if we were stuck with resources and going back to the starting point through a project and getting, I suppose, the asset management side, people always assuring them what the focus is and finding there's always ways to do it more efficiently without the burden of cost control. Use that as a motivation. Be more nimble. What the guys in the English rugby team were doing, focusing on their strengths, regardless of what others have. Thank you.
Yeah, but there's that point. I mean, I hear you talking also about the purpose, that idea of always having the purpose there, because to get the intrinsic motivation, you have to be like, it's hard yards, right? So yeah, I like that point. I like that point. Cool. Thank you, Brian. Good. Okay. All good. We kick on. Brilliant. Okay, lovely. Great input. Thank you, everybody. That is wunderbar. So let me jump back into 20 past. So let's do 15 minutes, something like that, and then we'll get ourselves ready for lunch. I'm struggling here to find my share button. There we go. Found it. Share. Everyone see that okay? Should we back on slides? Cool. Continue to share. Right. I said I flicked a few things around while you guys were having your chat. I'd said I'd share a few things. Because I kind of was starting to kind of point us towards this idea of writing down or getting very specific about what kind of values and behaviors we want. Now, I'm sorry that this isn't the aperture of this visual isn't great. It was the only one I can get off the web legally. There's a wonderful book from James Kerr called Legacy, and some of the most progressive performance thinking happens in sport at the elite level, right? And I think it's always for me a good source of inspiration. But when Kerr, I don't know, it's 15 years old, I think, this book, but it was a wonderful book. I remember reading it a couple of years ago. And he talks about the legacy, which is all about the All Blacks culture. It's actually their code, and they have 15 different codes. And one of them is to write your legacy, right? And it's this whole idea that the All Blacks gift is a book. So when you get an All Black jersey, the jersey is always the big thing, right? So I got the jersey and so on, but you actually get a book, and in the book that there's a picture of every All Black team up to the team you're on, and then there's a blank page. And it's this idea of, purpose stuff again, Brian. It's this idea of you connect to the legacy of the past, and you then they force themselves because every player then must write their legacy. They start to visualize what they will believe that history will say about them. So your opportunity to write your own history, write your own legacy is really interesting, right? And it's this whole idea of you can't stand on the shoulders of the past. Is actually it's your responsibility to preserve the past because tomorrow you are the past. That kind of whole idea is really interesting, right? And it forces people to clarity, and it forces people to motivation, and it forces people to purposefulness, and so on and so forth. And the All Blacks are like physically a tremendous team, skillfully wonderful. Like, I mean, their whole system is amazing in terms of fitness and training and skills and so on and so forth. But the thing that makes them different is not that. The thing that makes them different is their culture. Right. And they have this culture nailed. And there's this wonderful, I mean, read it in the slides afterwards and so on and so forth. Follow the Ohanu. No dickheads. I mean, tiny bit rude and all that kind of stuff, right? But even that in itself is the way they write this. It's meant to be. It's not corporate bullshit, right? Excuse the French on a Saturday, but it's just common language that they try and use because we're all common people. We talk in a common tongue, and even language is like so important. And they say, excuse the language, right? And it conveys the point. Like, we don't put up with nonsense is basically what they're saying. Like, don't be a d-head. And that's something that they have to behold. So like we walk into organizations, I walk into organizations, and when I look at their values, trust, accountability, fairness, collaboration, right? I love all those, right? But what do they mean? And when I ask people, what do they mean? I mean, really, what an organization is trying to do is they're trying to set a tone, and they're trying to set an expectation that we want you to behave in a certain way. But when, one word, accountable, of course I'm accountable. Damn right I'm accountable. I'm responsible. I'm accountable. So if you don't actually take the effort to go a step further to actually articulate what you mean and to do it in a common tongue, I think you're running the risk of not being able to crystallize across a mass of people, and across eras of people, actually. If you think about, you want to preserve legacy as people change and structures change, you might be running a fair degree of risk, because I know then when I go and test in an organization, values and trust and empowerment and so on, I start to ask people, what are your values? And like, and you just get, the room goes quiet and everyone looks, and then people start looking around and, to see if they can find the values somewhere. So there's great effort goes on to develop sets of values, but they don't translate them. So one of the smart ways to translate them is you write them down. But actually, most organizations that do this really well don't write them down for the organization. They enable the organization to have a conversation to write them down for themselves. When I'm working on culture programs with teams, I get them to identify how we want to behave in the future. I get them to put their words around it. And I don't have it here, but I do what's called dilemma-based value translation. And basically, dilemma-based value translation is, and it kind of looks something like this slide that'll be in your pack, which is if you take the values on the left-hand side, I get people to write down what that looks like when they're going to be working next week, when they're going to be in a performance review. What does data-led ambition mean? All right. So when you're having a performance review with your team, or when you're having your performance review with your boss, how are you going to live data-led ambition, right? I don't know if I've written it down there. Very good. I probably haven't. But normally what comes out of that is, oh, well, I'm not going to do a Word document. I'm going to get analysis. I'm going to do analysis for my meeting with my performance manager to prove what I've done well. And then if I'm going to be never acquiesce and are going to be constructively dissatisfied, I'm also going to use that data to show, actually, I think I have a bit of ground to make somewhere else, and I'm actually going to show myself the data, and I'm going to show my employee, or I'm going to show my boss the data, and we're going to have a discussion about what that data means. So when I'm doing, I guess the point I'm trying to get to with all of this is, at this level of detail, like these are nice. This is the kind of stuff you see on the wall. In here, I'm trying to give you a summary. And again, I know when in my book, I kind of go to a much greater degree in all of these. That's not a pitch for the book. I'm just saying I'm trying to share with you that I focus on writing this stuff down. Because when you write it down, but really importantly, when you get a team and an organization to co-author it, so you write your own codes, you write your own values, but you write down actually what it's going to mean in a meeting next Tuesday. When I'm at the 30-person meeting next Tuesday, what does always assure mean? It means that I'm as a leader, or it means as a colleague, I'm going to look around the table, and if I see somebody uncomfortable, I'm going to ask them, you look uncomfortable. Well, can you share with us what's going on in your mind? Because it's really important that we all move forward together on this, and we disagree and commit, all that kind of stuff, right? So breaking values down to, practical things that you will do in the day, in the moment, that you do in combat, for me is the essence of trying to translate values into action. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, I just really I couldn't underpin the importance of culture, and I couldn't further underpin the importance of getting granularly articulate around what your culture is and things about the All Blacks and so on. They just kind of just they're my backups to help me to make my point, right? Amazon do it very well. I don't know if you've ever looked in, but the Amazon have their leadership principles. They publish them. They're on the web. There's a link down there. Go and have a look at them. They have, and my slide does it. Customer obsessed. They've 14. Have a backbone, disagree, and commit is one of those. So it's brilliant that Laura brought that up earlier on. That is one of their values. And that's them summarized, right? But if you go online into Amazon Jobs, you can actually go down into each one. I'm not going to show you now, but there's a 3 or 4 minute video where somebody's explaining what we mean by being customer obsessed. There's a little transcript, so there's a couple of pages on it. So you can really immerse yourself, and actually the onboarding and then the performance review cycle in Amazon evaluates your performance against the desired behaviors, against the principles, right? So and that kind of leads me on to having a quick chat with you about objectives and key results, right? And measurement. Because have you all come across the OKR method, objectives and key results? I mean, most of us know scorecards, or most of us know KPIs. Gary, yeah, you have. Gary, could I invite you in? Would you mind just giving us a minute on OKRs, if you've used them, and your perspective on them?
Sure, Gavin, and apologies for the late attendance, but I just had to
great to have you
this morning.
All good.
So OKRs have come into my world mainly through the implementation of trying to become an agile organization. So it starts out in the technology space, where if software is your product, you decide to have an agile methodology for building your product. And so you have objectives, key results. So if you're the product owner, so let's say you own the onboarding is always a very good example. People understand what that is. So if you're the product owner for onboarding, you would have a state of objectives and key results. Say, for the next, could be for the year. You might break it down by quarter. You might even break it down by sprint. That's up to the
week.
Exactly, up to the organization, right? So what you might be saying is that, currently for onboarding, people still have to kind of, physically email, scan, whatever, their IDs in. So my objective is that by the end of Q1, people are going to be able to actually electronically load whatever collateral we need to verify who they are. And the key result will be that there'll be absolutely no manual
Brilliant.
intervention in that process,
Brilliant. Brilliant. Excellent stuff. So yeah, look, wonderfully brought to life. And there's a slide in the pack that kind of it's acquisition onboarding, very similar, right? To give an example. So if an organization is on a growth strategy, that's the goal. Our goal is growth, right? And then they break the goal down into so customer acquisition growth, right? They break that into objectives and key results. So the objective is sustainable growth, right? The key result is they get specific now and they say 20,000 active users per quarter. So thanks, Gary. Break it down to a quarterly basis, typically is what you'll see people do. And then they disseminate it. They basically cascade that down into a kind of further set of drivers. So it's like a DuPont model for those of you that study finances and so on. It's cause and effect, right? It's drivers outcome, right? So OKR might be, well, in order to get 20,000, we've got to do grow our registrations by 3,000 a month. So therefore, we've got to fill the top of the funnel, right, of new interested customers to whatever number it is, and kind of down the bottom, you might say it's 5,000 targets per month, because we know if we get 5,000 people interested, we'll get registrations of 3,000 because they know their ratios. And it's the whole idea of atomizing KPIs, right? Because oftentimes you see in organizations, everyone's got a growth objective. The organization's got to grow by 5%. Right. And like, how do you know who's contributing to that and what role people are playing to it? This is the philosophy, Gary. It's the whole idea that, okay, if I'm responsible for leads, I now know that I'm responsible for delivering 5,000 leads. And then the people who are the e-commerce team who are responsible for tracking leads and turning them into registrations know that they have to do a conversion rate of, what is it, 60%. All right. So they have to track at least 60% conversion from leads into registrations. And then on it goes, right? So if we get 3,000 a month registrations, we'll know that, because it's all kind of, the ratios are worked through so that everybody that knows how to play their part. And Laura was sharing earlier on, I think it was Laura Melda actually was sharing earlier on, that, fuck, if we could only get people to all to point in the right direction. It's really hard when people all have different objectives and they're pointing in different ways. I think Imelda and Laura, I think you were talking about that, or loosely we were talking in that territory. OKRs, this whole idea of building a DuPont model where everybody knows specifically what they need to do, and that there's correlation and causation between what people do and the overall outcome. Does that make sense? And I'm trying to just give you kind of one example over here. So you've got the grow registrations, convert registrations. Yeah, sorry, 66%. Forgive me, I wasn't looking at the slide. So this is kind of just a work through example. And OKRs are just a smart way of, kind of ultimately trying to engineer what you're going to measure. Because hey ho, what you measure gets done. What you reward gets done. What you incentivize gets done. And the majority of organizations forget this. They do all the values work and they do all the skills work and touch skills later on, and they kind of do all the purpose work and so on and so forth. And then they forget to align everybody's incentives. And when the incentives and the rewards and the expectations are not aligned, it's like turning the lights off on the motorway. You just get a car crash, right? Because everyone's going to bump into each other, right? So if you don't align the expectations, the rewards, and the incentives, I just find that there's mayhem. And then people say, that's not culture, Garvin. Of course it's culture. Do you know what I mean? If you set expectations, if you measure them minutely and you incentivize them, that's an incredible, powerful means to point people towards success. So you've got to engineer success through expectations, through incentives, and through rewards and so on, right? So and kind of that, when we think of rewards, there are intrinsic and extrinsic rewards, sorry, that an organization has. So extrinsic are basically tangible things we can see, uh, extrinsic things tend to be money, pay, pension contribution. They're things that you can tangibly, visibly observe on the outside, right? And correlate to. Intrinsic things are much more personal and talk to the heart and the soul, right? And it's really important that if you really want to um, help people and guide them, right, and then reward them, and then like constantly, I forget the word now, but constantly reaffirm. That's the word I was trying to think of. If you want to constantly reaffirm, the values, the behaviors, the activities, the tasks, right down through that piece, like, understanding that there's extrinsic but also intrinsic. So purpose, like it's like one of the most important motivators. Like people will burst through walls. I work in the charity industry a little bit. I give a little bit of my time to Dublin Simon, a couple of other people, but Dublin Simon is my mainstay, right? I don't give them money, I give them my time. And I work with their teams, and I do strategy, and I do workshops and so on and so forth with them. Like, they have a purpose, and they talk about it. Like at the start of every meeting, they talk about ending homelessness. And it's wonderful. It's horrible, but it's wonderful all at the same time. It's a horrible thing, and we go out and and they've built amazing facilities. They're an incredible organization. They're more professionalized than most of the organizations, the corporate organizations, stock indices organizations that I come across, because they're so powerfully motivated to end homelessness, that they self bring their professionalization. Like like, I mean, their CRM implementation, their use of data and analytics, like 10 years ago when I was looking at it first, or 8 years ago, I was kind of going, fucking hell, these guys are way ahead. And I've started bringing corporate customers to see them, to say, this is what happens when it works really well, right? Small organization, right? But they're bursting at the seams to professionalize because they believe in ending homelessness. And it's like, so what's the ending homelessness for your organization, for your team, that makes you jump out of your skin and just go that extra mile, and that actually burst through walls and so on. Anyway, you can see them all in front of you there, and it's just to present to you and leave with you a kind of a palette of intrinsic and extrinsic motivators, soft and hard, right? Things that you can do to really guide, direct, reward, celebrate, and help people to commit to the cause, because change is hard, and it's about getting people to commit to the cause, right? So I'm conscious I want to get you to lunch, 12:38, yeah, there and thereabouts. Policy is really important, because it's not just about rewards. Policies in organizations are really important as well, and policies equal practice. I mean, we all know what a process is, and a process is basically us writing down the way we want to see work done, right? Because culture is slightly different. We often see it as policy, right? So if we took some principles, let's say around a purpose and values, right? We might say the principle is we want to invent the purpose through the values so that it becomes intrinsic, explicit, right? That's all nice, right? But how do you actually make that practice? Well, then what you might do is you might make your decision criteria correlate back to your purpose. So when I'm working with Dublin Simon, one of the criteria that we use, because we always have too many things to do, we ask ourselves the question, one of the qualifying criteria on the decision matrix, because we have decision matrix, right, is, will this end homelessness? And we have to what degree? So we don't just even ask the question, we score, right? And we have qualifying criteria for what we score as a 1 to 10 score. And we say, what's 1 to 5, 3, and 3 to 5, and da, 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 da. And that actually helps us in our decisioning in the organization, a bit like Amazon and customer obsessed and so on and so forth. So actually using policies or practices and codifying your values. And that's really where I kind of end this, is find and try and think about ways to codify the principles and the values that you want. And it's that whole idea of translating values to action, expectations to action, and really starting to engineer an organization to do the things you want to do. Because rewards, policies, procedures, all those things, they set the guardrails, and they set the rule book, because they kind of is the rule book, right? So, writing down your values, really clear about OKRs, everybody knowing the sum of the parts, making sure the policies are in place to, hold the values true. For me, that's all a critical part of engineering culture. So hope that's okay, folks. A quick chance to check in before we go for some chow. And it's still a nice day out there, so perhaps you'll get a chance to get outside and smell the flowers. I'm going to get outside for a couple of minutes to get a bit of fresh air. Anything you want to touch in before we go? We're all good? Will we take half an hour and get ourselves back at 1:10? How's that? Excellent. Everyone good? Yeah, brilliant stuff. You have been wonderful. Thank you very much for all your inputs, by the way, this morning, and some good discussion. It really helps. So we'll see you at 1:10. Have a great lunch.
Thanks, Gordon.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, we have resumed recording. Welcome back, everybody. I was just saying it's gorgeous outside. I got a chance to go out and have a little sit in the sun. Might be looking a bit red on the back of it, but anyway, I hope you did too. I hope you got some fresh air, and I hope you're well and enjoying the day. It's flying. We are on the countdown. Our last Saturday together. We only have a few more hours to go. We have a bit of activity to get through. Anybody, any thoughts or perspectives to check in on before we kick off again in earnest? Anybody want to do a little check in on anything? You all okay? I'll take it that you're all okay. Great. Okay, so we're getting some slides up. We are ready to share. Excuse me again. Right. I told you I might play this little, yes, this is playing now, this little clip. Let's get back into gear. Let me play this first. Oh, actually, I'm going to stop sharing for a second. I may not have enabled the sound. Let me just do this. There we go. Share sound. Right. Share. Okay. Everybody see the screen again? All good? Yeah, all good. Thank you very much.
Workers training AI to take their jobs? We're asking that question. A new image from India's factory floors is raising serious questions about the future of jobs. Viral videos show government factory workers wearing small head-mounted cameras. Look at those. I mean, I hope we can get that. Those head-mounted cameras while working on sewing lines. These devices are believed to be recording first-person views of stitching, fabric handling, and production workflows. Experts say such footage can be used to train artificial intelligence systems and robots through imitation learning, allowing machines to learn delicate human skills directly from workers. This kind of egocentric video data helps companies build smarter automation without expensive lab-based motion capture, but the development has triggered concerns. India's government sector employs millions of workers, many in entry-level roles, such as data collection, could eventually help automate the very jobs workers perform today. And the trend is not limited to factories. Similar wearable camera data sets are already being used in workshops, surgery training, logistics systems, and even home robotics. Supporters say this improves productivity and keeps India competitive globally. But we ask, are workers fully informed, fairly compensated? Are they protected? Are workers training their own replacement? What a pity, although I know it's practical and this is a reality. But then how does one meander through this? Pawan Dugal is the Chief Executive Artificial Intelligence Law Hub, and also Kanish Gaur, who's a tech expert and founder, India Future Foundation. Thank you, gentlemen, for making the time.
Okay, I'm going to pause it there. I hope that suitably disrupted you and gave you a slap in the chops after lunch. That's amazing, isn't it? To see that out there. Bob is shaking his head. He's going, "No way, Garvin, I'm not having any of that, baby." Um, it's a useful one. I've showed similar things just to spark debates. But won't have much time now, of any, to do that here. But it's useful to have a debate in a room sometimes about these things, and the debate could go like, "Oh my God, Brian is doing that. Oh my God." That's just all out, right? And that's, no, just can't stand for that. And then I remember having one of these debates with a similar, not this one, because it's only come out in the last week, but with a similar piece of footage in the last couple of months. But it was the same theme about, AI replacing jobs. And we started to have a kind of alternative, a scenario-based conversation. So we said, what if these, because they don't look terribly unhappy. So I provoked people to say, what if these folks are okay with this? And so I said, why would they be okay with it, Garvin? And I said, well, what if there's things going on, like assumptions? Like, what if there's things going on behind this that um that we don't know, and therefore we're making preconceived assumptions over, and what kind of things they would be? Well, they could be, look, these folks are probably really happy to have a job, but these folks might have had a conversation in their organization to say, look, automation's coming, folks, right? So how do we help to accelerate the automation, right? Just a scenario, just saying. Why don't we help to accelerate the automation? And we'll do a deal. So in order for us to accelerate the automation, why don't you train us to be, instead of clothes stitchers, clothes designers? Why don't you train us to be e-commerce folks? Why don't you train us in AI so that we can train the AI to do the jobs that we want to do? So all I'm putting out there is just an, I'm kind of suggesting to you, don't assume, ask the questions, have the debates, and say, in what circumstances would this be right, and in what circumstances would this be wrong? It looks wrong, right? But there may be circumstances going on that actually might be culturally and stewardshiply very good and very proper and very correct, because of that idea that we talked about before lunch around, don't be always behind the starting line just fighting to get to it. Sprint down the starting line, get 50 yards down there and have a look back and see who's back trying to get to the starting line. And maybe there's an opportunity for in the world, and maybe there's an opportunity for business to kind of get ahead of itself. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. Bob is still scowling at me. He's kind of going, no, 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 I'm not having any of that.
I can't believe you started that. I was just going to say, I can't believe you started that by saying we're not going to have a discussion, and then you dropped that bomb, Garvin. Yeah, I tell you, I gotta say nothing. I'll say nothing. It's very good.
There are so many perspectives you could look through at AI, and if you're on the right side of it, you're going to be minted, and if you're on the wrong side of it, your life is going to be pretty miserable.
Could be.
And and so it's coming, so there's no point in thinking it's not coming, so you just need to try and figure out what you need to do to be on the right side of it.
Yeah, I think it scares the out of people, for sure, right? And it should, because just the pace is what's coming. Like, I think I showed you some of those, the kind of I think we discussed it, right? The web took 40 years, AI is taking 4 years, models are taking 4 months, 4 days, 4 hours now, in terms of so we're the moment is now, where I believe we do, and I'm observing, watching leaders actually think and act differently now because of this new reality. And I think we all bestow it upon ourselves to think and act differently, to make sure that we calm that fear, back to that empathy, always assure, right? We have a big job to do as leaders. We've got to assure ourselves that we're doing the right thing. It's not to walk people over the cliff, do you know what I mean? Happily. It's to assure that we're responsibly embracing these things. I just thought that little video, and sorry, Bob, but yeah, I just thought it'd be worth just doing that for a couple.
To be honest, Gareth, I think it's for the next generation, frankly.
For the next folks.
It is really, because they're going to grow up with it, so they're going to just see it as perfectly normal. They're going to adapt It's going to
Yeah.
become just part of their DNA.
Yeah.
A bit like years ago, we were told like that, with the advent of automatic washing machines and dishwashers and
Right.
right that sure and other things that sure like we'd have so much leisure time,
Yeah.
right? Like we wouldn't have to be working a 5-day, 40-hour week anymore because we have all this automation. Absolute rubbish. Just expect to get an awful lot more done
That's
in
right.
the same time. That's all. And AI will be no different. Be like, well, you don't need 2 weeks to do an analysis and come up with a recommendation and write the report. Sure, AI, just go into AI there and it should only take you an hour. That's where it's going to go, right? So and so it's just going to be a different way of working. It won't be worse. It won't be better. It'll just be different. And if you don't embrace the difference, then it's gonna hurt.
Be the difference, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Gary. I think that's right. Okay, I'm going to keep moving if that's okay, because it is a nice segue. I haven't covered skills. So look, skills management is critical. I'm writing a paper at the moment for an international group on skills development. And I've kind of borrowed a little bit of this in the background. On the left is McKinsey have a really good paper. It's linked down there in the bottom right on just skills for the digital world. It's a few years old. It's still intact. It's still relevant. And I've just put on the right side, some maybe broader skills. And when we say skills, I mean, there's skills are, how would I describe this? There's skills, competences, and capabilities, and sometimes we struggle with what the F is the difference between all of those, right? So skills for me are knowing how to do specific task, right? Competencies for me, don't know if this works for you, right? But competencies for me are when you can string together a series of skills to build a competency, right? So a skill could be at the very late the basic. It could be using spreadsheets, and in the future using AI to replace the spreadsheet, right? A competency is I can scope out a gnarly objective. I can establish what data I need. I can assemble the data, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? In order so I can conclude. So that for me is a series of skills that you can kind of amalgamate to build a competency. And then a capability, which kind of I think sits over that, is your ability to create value with that, because I think ability is in the middle of it, ability and value in the middle of it. So it's then knowing which competencies you need to use in order to create value at a specific time. So almost have a pyramid. Don't know if that works for you. But sometimes when I work with organizations on skills, I kind of break it down into, actually, it's not skills. It's what are all the things that people need to be able to do in order to undertake jobs, because there's multiple skills required for a job competency. And then how do people know how to do jobs in order to create value? So I don't know if that works for you, and I haven't drawn that down here. I have it in separate things, but I think stepping back from that, I think it's not just skills, actually not just tasks, right? There's a lot of judgment in skills, competencies, capabilities, right? So that's why I like the McKinsey work, and I just use it as a just lovely touchstone because it's based on global analysis. And I've added a few more things myself on the right-hand side because, there's skills, task specific stuff, but there's leadership, there's cognitive, there's interpersonal. And back to maybe, Gary, I think you were really pointing to it, which is in a world that will be more automated, we'll need to be more human and more subjective and more judgmental and so on and so forth, because I think the shift is going to be about how do we use all these technologies for betterment and for value building and so on and so forth. And that's what's going to be new and different. The pace of it will be different, the et cetera, et cetera. So, but organizations who don't pay attention to skills development and who don't have a rounded view of skills development, as in hard and soft skills, and who don't think in terms of skills, competencies, and capabilities. I think that's that you can run into you can run against the water, run against the tide a little bit. So maybe I'll leave you with that. But the material behind you is worth doing that. Salesforce a number of years ago did a really cool skills analysis piece of work globally, and it's worth just having going in a look at it. It was released in 2022. I'm not sure. I don't think it's been updated since, but it's a good touch point, and it gives country relativity. Ireland scored pretty okay, which was all really cool. But you can use some of the links just if you want to go in, because you can kind of get a sense of how they think about digital skills, digital organization, and they're pretty powerful. And they've kind of showed on the outside how they think about skills on the inside. And then what they did was they did some global indexing around different countries and so on and so forth. So worth having a look at if you get a chance. One of the core capabilities, which is a mixture of skills and competencies, is digital product management. Can also be called outcome management or outcome ownership or digital product ownership or product management. There's lots of names that go around this. But essentially, there is an archetype that has emerged, and it's not new, it's like decades old, but it's the idea of leaders who build digital products for customer outcomes, right? And there's also some slides in the pack around digital product management and what it is, how it's different from digital, or how it's different from project management. Product management is different from product management, and gets into this whole idea that, it's down on the left-hand side here, that a product owner or a product manager, they just use digital to manage a product. I call it owner, I call it outcome, because I think product's wrong. Because I think a lot in financial services, actually most industries, when we think product, we think of the shirt, or we think of the current account, and so on and so forth. The product is the means to create an outcome. And it's actually the outcome that product managers focus on. And in order to do that, they've got to be business focused, right? So the ultimate ambidextrous leader, I sometimes call them the CEO of outcomes, because they need to think holistically about how to create outcomes for customers or for B2Bs and so on and so forth. So they need to be business focused, and they need to be able to know what business they're in, know what research needs to be done. Programs are basically making priorities on what needs to be done. They need to be data focused. So, back to our principle from earlier on, they need to be able to experiment with digital tools, with demos. Now with AI, there's AI product managers or data product managers. I mean, the same thing. How do you use these technologies to create outcomes? And they do reporting, because they own the outcome. So Gary has said, and Gary probably working in this environment where there are people responsible for onboarding, or there are people responsible for experiences like claims in insurance, or there are product owners in the likes of, I'm trying to think, that lovely digital mortgage organization. I can't think of it now. They're a fantastic gang of ladies who run it. I'll come back to it. But they have approval product owners. So they're people, because it's a digital end-to-end mortgage experience. Doddle. The ladies in Doddle have this idea that somebody owns the approval, right? So they don't own the end-to-end, but what they're focused on is how do we get more people safely through, right? Safely, more people safely through the approval stage gate of the mortgage. And there's conveyancing owners, et cetera, right? So people own different outcomes at different stages of the value chain, and they're focused on how do we constantly have our business metrics about increasing throughput securely or safely. How do we know what's the next thing that we want to schedule to work on? What's in the backlog? How do we measure success? How do we report that? How do we work with third parties to integrate products and services? How do we work with technology teams or data teams and so on and so forth? And how then do we run agile practices in order that we accelerate velocity of experimentation, but to do that safely and security as they go along. So, and ultimately, that's what an outcome owner does. They start with the outcome in mind, and they orchestrate all the activity in the inside to deliver better outcomes. And they're constructively dissatisfied because they're working agile. Because the whole premise of agile is to make improvements quicker and to de-risk the effort. If you kind of bring it back to that kind of piece. So there's a couple of slides in the pack, because I think this is a kind of a preemptive. Not preemptive, that's the wrong term. I think this is a primary kind of role, and this is the aspiration that digital organizations want to move towards, this idea of digital product management, using data every day, framing the problems that need to be solved for the customer, the user, for themselves, ruthlessly prioritizing what's the thing that'll have the most impact in the next 2-3 weeks as we set our sprint plan up, that they visualize, so they actually build demos and they test like rigorously and routinely. Everything's built in code because it can be dropped and deployed. So no PowerPoints, everything is code based, using Confluence and Jira and so on and so forth. And the whole mechanism of workflow of design and development workflow is digitalized. They're using the crowd, so they're back to my diverse and inclusion earlier on. And they're just extraordinarily well at change management, which means they're really good at always assuring. So they're helping their organization. So they might own an outcome, but like they've got a contact center, or they've got, maybe advisors, or they've got solicitors who have got to be capable of knowing what's coming next, buying into it, being motivated by it. And ultimately, when the human touch is required, that they soothe and they accelerate adoption and so on and so forth. So worth just paying a little bit of attention to that. That okay, folks? Leave it at that. I mean, I'll let you read up on that. If you haven't experienced outcome management or product management, I encourage you to go and find one and talk to them and sit with them and watch their work and watch their week and observe and listen to how they think about things, because they don't start with P&L, they end with P&L, which is really interesting as a kind of a core philosophy. They start with what's the problems to be solved, and they orchestrate furiously teams, and they test and so on and so forth. And they judge success then by the outcome, which is adoption. And in the middle of all that, they commercially price things so that more people adopt them, the more that they're commercially better off. But that's the outcome, as opposed to the input or the driver. So really core philosophy that's different. Okay, alrighty. So I want to kind of bring it up a level now and just spend the last kind of lap with us on looking at the nervous system. Remember, I talked earlier on about my Hall's. It was Edward Hall. Sorry, I should have said earlier on, who kind of framed this idea of the iceberg. And if you remember, we want to get people to act differently, but the majority of that is about getting people to think differently. Now, you'll need to give them skills and capabilities to act differently as well. So you got to do both, right? So there's a symbiosis around that. But remember, I talked about there's almost a lightning conductor, or there's almost a conduit for doing this on a mass basis that's on the waterline. And this whole idea of structure and customs. And as Bill Gates says, like a human being, a company has to have an internal communication mechanism, a nervous system. And that's where I kind of want to unpack both the hard and the soft, what I call the hard and the soft degrees, right? And the two components that I want to spend some time with you on is, how do we organize and how do we do work? Is this workflow, right? Or value chain? The other way we think about that. So how do we set people up for work to be done, and how do we know who's going to be responsible for doing what, so that we can deploy these kind of technologies for value at pace, with quality and stewardship, and with outcome ownership. So that's how we structure things. That's kind of the structure part. And then there's what I call the soft degrees. This kind of the informal structures, almost the rituals of an organization, right? So I'm going to give you two models to try and get into that, if that's okay. So the first one is on the left-hand side. I'm going to share with you the operating model canvas. So when I'm asked and I'm doing about three of these at the moment, and when I'm asked an organization, can you help us to set ourselves up for success? Which is kind of the question I get asked. I said, yeah, sure. And they go, how are we going to do that? And I say, well, we're going to use some version of the operating model canvas. This was developed a guy called Andrew Campbell in Henley. He's at Henley Business School. So it came out of there many years ago. Now there's a canvas for every bloody thing, right? But this is a good one. I find it incredibly useful, and every time I deploy it, it takes a little bit of while to anchor it. But when people get it anchored, they love it. It's because it breaks down work, a bit like Agile breaks down delivery. The operating model canvas breaks down work so people can see it and touch it and see themselves in it, right? And that's really important. So we're going to use the operating model canvas. I'm going to share that with you. We're not going to play with that. I'm going to share it with you, and I'm going to suggest to you go away and play with that. What we are going to play with is the one on the right, which is what I call the operating system canvas. So the one on the left does the hard structural stuff, right? It thinks about who needs to do what when and how, so that value is created. Right? So that's structure, and that's kind of operating models around that kind of stuff. The one on the right is the kind of the more the rituals, and that's kind of getting into the habits and the practices of an organization, and we'll use the Ready's operating system canvas to do that, right? So hard and soft, operating model canvas, operating system canvas. Model is structure, system is rituals. So if we can think about it that way, okay? So there's loads of stuff on this online, and this is kind of the Ann and Pat. Remember Ann and Pat? Or do you remember it was a Barry and Ann and Pat? I can't remember what it was, but when I was in school, you had little books and you had Ann and Pat, and they were driving cars and do all that kind of stuff, right? So this is the Ann and Pat of the operating model canvas. It's more difficult than this when you get into it, but but only because the human behaviors within it are the things that make it difficult. The thing that soothes the human behaviors, and why are the human behaviors that are difficult? Because when you tell people you're going to work on their operating model, everyone goes, "Oh my God, somebody's going to change my job. I may not even have a job at the end of this." So that's the automatic reaction, right? And what we try and do is dilute that fear by not allowing the conversation to go to the emotional. We try and counterballast it to try and focus the conversation on the rational, right? Because what we're trying to always, like, if we're going in to do an operating model piece of work to cut costs, I mean, if it's only to cut costs, you don't need to do something like this, right? You just need to go in and say to leaders, you just gotta, 5% gotta go, 10%'s gotta go, figure it out, prioritize, right? Where's the value? So what are the least value tasks you do? What are the least value jobs? And just find a way to either stop doing those or pass them to somebody else. So this is not about that, right? When we're doing operating model work, we're tending to try and figure out, is there a smarter way for us to organize the way we do work so that we can do more of it for the same or for a little bit less? And if we want to do less, usually it's so that we can create capacity to do some investment or experimentation, something else. That's when becomes worthwhile. I should have said that as a thing, right? And essentially what we do, there's 7 components to the operating model canvas, and there's a how to use guide there on the right hand side. And on the previous slide, there's like nice videos. You can just go and YouTube it. You can LLM it if you want. It'll tell you how to do it, etc., etc. But basically what we do is, I'll flick forward because it's kind of maybe an easier way. The previous one is just an online version that shows how McKinsey might do this. But I think I've actually done this work with the Institute of Banking. They organized, so they're okay with me sharing with you. And on what we said was, when we were looking at this at a macro level, right? We were looking at overall, what's the best way for the institute to organize itself in order to create a better experience for you, the learner, right? And me, the learning guide, if you want to call me that, right? So we said, okay, so what's the value we want to add? So that linked to our mission. Forgive me, I can't remember it now. It's quite some years since I did it, but we wanted to empower financial service professionals to be at the top of their game. It was something like that, right? That was our purpose, right? So we said that's the value that we want to create, right? Because the Institute of Banking is for the industry, by the industry. And it's all about raising professional standards in the industry, and learning is about empowering people to play at the top of their game so that the industry can move forward and thrive as a sector, and support Ireland and so on in that regard, right? So that's we nailed that very quickly because that was our purpose. And then we said, well, look at the highest level. What are the meta processes, the level one processes? Even we called them level zero processes, I think, at the time. And we kind of said, right, well, what we do is really how ultimately we do that is we get out and we understand the learner needs. So we get out and we sit with Anastasia, or we sit with Imelda or Renan, and so on and so forth. And we kind of start to say, where and why and how are people trying to improve their skills so they can be better professionals, right? So we understand the learner needs, and then we design programs. So we said, now that we understand, so it's very customer centric, as you'd imagine. And then once we design the programs to meet the needs, so that's supply and demand, we appoint faculty, then we put in academic rigor, and then we obviously launch those. We learn and guide and teach, and we then have a learner community management. And for any of you who use IOB Learn and so on and so on, that's just the service experience, I guess. But it's the idea of, well, how do we do events? How do we try and add value back to the community so that it's not just formal learning, so it's informal learning. So, IOB Learn, and you get your little articles every now and then, etc., and you can create them and so on and so forth. So we did all that IOB Learn as part of this program. So then we know how to do value, and then we have to figure out, well, what's the best way for us to organize, right? So how do we build learner-centric teams? How do we put academic rigor? Because these are different competencies that you need. Now, I like when we did this, we went down into like 50-page decks into understanding learner needs. We broke that down into the same level of detail. That was a level one process. And then we broke each one of those down into the next level of detail, right? And ultimately, what we did was, by investigating and driving into what are the processes that need to be done to get to value, and by going down levels of detail. So I'm going to show you another example that I did, and this is a bit of an eye burner or a tear jerker. This is an example of work I did with 3 different teams, where I had to bring them together because they weren't doing a great job. It's about 4 or 5 years ago. They weren't doing a great job of working together to build AI solutions, right? AI products, right? So we got a business team, and we got a data team, and then we got a central a data team. So there was a local data team, there was a central data team, and there was a business team, right? And what we did was we started off, this only took us 3 hours to do, right? The write-up took another hour, right? It's a bit of painstaking work to do on PowerPoint. But imagine we started with a blank sheet of paper, and we had a facilitated conversation. I was a facilitator. And we said, can we just draw out, actually, what would be the ideal steps for us moving from an idea to actually having an AI product? And we said, oh, okay, that's interesting. Let's do that. And here's the thing. We didn't start with anybody's jobs. We started with, what does the flow of work need to look like in order for us to come up with an idea and then deliver a solution? Because people kind of get motivated by that. So we said, a business develops an idea. Then we said, well, we probably got to figure out where's the best place to put that idea. Because remember, I said there were 2 data teams. So there was a local data team and there was a central data team. And they were fighting all the time about which data team took which piece of work, right? So we kind of had to figure out, and we said, well, look, this is a bit of friction, so let's try and figure it out. So there's a consultation, then there's a technical evaluation, which we know which data team is going to take it. Then we get the use case prioritize. It gets up as an epic on the backlog because we were starting to work agile. And then we got to get the data provisioned, deliver an MVP for test and learn. Then we get everybody happy with that. So this is all product management, if you think about it, my circle earlier on. And then we deploy the product, AI product, into production. So that's nice doing it at that level, but nobody really knows who does what. So if you can see then each one of the steps in the value chain, we broke those down into the sub steps, right? So we said, okay, to develop to the business develop an idea for potential use case. Well, the business got to be thinking, what's the objective? What's the outcome? Okay, and the outcome might be like we had earlier on in our OKRs. It might be we want to grow registrations of our digital domain, of our digital platform, right? And if you can see in here, I did the equivalent of a RACI. See the BL, so that's the business lead, and then there was the business data, and then there was connected data, and they were the big kind of big data team and small data team basically. And then we did responsible and accountable, and we started to break down the work that needs to be done in order to deliver each step. And then we got really clear on who was responsible, accountable, whether people need to be informed or consulted, etc., etc. And ultimately, what we did in 3 hours was we moved from disagreement over it's mine, it's mine. It was very territorial. We moved into an environment where we co-authored the way that we would work in the future, and we did a sprint zero. And sprint zeros, we said, well, let's try this in the next. Let's try this in the next time we meet. Let's actually have done. Try to put a use case through this, and then as we tried to put use cases through it, we learned that it have to be different, and we have to evolve it, etc., etc. There was always an output, and we always then identified there's probably little boxes at the bottom where we identified there needs to be some kind of governance to support decision making, because we probably knew that we couldn't make decisions here in isolation, that we had to help a more senior level to be able to make decisions on top of the way, right? So just I'll stop talking now because I need to check in with you because there's a lot to consume in there. Maybe there's not, but just I want to check in with you to make sure you've consumed it and you can see the logic. Are you okay with that? Everyone got that? Yeah. And for me, jump in with any questions, folks. But for me, when like nearly in any project I'm doing, there's always a degree of figuring out the best way to get things done, right? So you've got your skills, your competencies, and your capabilities, but you kind of need to put multiple capabilities into a model. So if you just think of that pyramid, right? Loads of skills into competencies, people bring their capabilities, and then we got to get people working together. This is a mechanism for co-authoring the best way for people to work together in order to get a collective outcome. And it's just when we get the opportunity to have a run with this and use it, like it always creates the right conversation and starts creating the blueprint. It also moves the conversation away from, oh, that's my job and that's my territory and I should be doing that, because we get loads of that when we're trying to change organizations. Everyone gets very parochial and defensive, and it's just a human thing, right? It's people are not bad people. They're just, it's like we have a nervous system for a reason. It's to protect us, against the bad actors, right? So this is to not be a bad actor. This is to be a good actor and help people to co-design. And typically what happens is when we get to the end of this, actually people start asking questions about actually structurally we organize the right way. And people are going to go, what do you mean structurally organized the right way? Well, when we do this out, actually, it doesn't make sense that I'm reporting there and you're reporting there. Like we probably all should be like working in the one team, shouldn't we? And people get to figure out all by themselves that the way we're set up doesn't help. Or you might come to the conclusion, actually, it's okay for us to have two different setups, and people will come to the realization, actually, we don't have the same incentives, do we? Because one of the things we get down to when we get into the operating model is you always anchor this in the value delivery chain. And then you get into, let me go back to this one, it's a bit clearer, right? So then you get into, right, so how do we organize ourselves? Then you even get into things like, okay, actually, it doesn't make sense that we're in different buildings. Maybe we should be just sitting side beside each other. So we don't have to troop over to each other. And maybe we could have, so people reorganize themselves, even physically, on the back of doing this kind of work. And sometimes they figure out, actually, you're using a different supplier than we're using. And actually, that's causing a big problem, isn't it? You know what I mean? So it kind of gets us into a rational conversation about what's the best way to organize ourselves to do work. And then when you get down to information and management system, Well, that's when you get down into the OKRs, and that's when you get into the incentives, and you figure out, Jesus Christ, if we're all trying to do the same thing, but we're all rewarded for something different, sure, that's not going to work, is it? And that's the kind of conversation we ultimately have in the room. So this is a lovely level setter for helping an organization to rethink how it's structured so that it does the right work better together. Yeah, is that okay? Cool. Okay, so that's the hard stuff, right? Now, look, trust me, look, I'm giving you the walk in the park version, right? It's you know, when I get into heavy duty stuff where you're getting loads of executives to try and figure this out, and you know, we've 10 of these boards going on in a room over 2 days, like it gets heavy. But that's okay because you just work through that, right? And you just keep sense and rationality, and you try and get people to co-author. So I'm giving you the happy path. But better to understand the happy path and then know that actually it mightn't be that easy when we get in there, but always try and bring it back to the happy path is the point. Right. Okay. So that's the kind of the how we work and how we organize and do work. That's just a great way to go at that. The second one I want to bring you to is then, by the way, in your pack, I should have said, you know, and if you ever want a PowerPoint version, but you can just, you know, put it into any of the tools now that'll turn a PDF into slides. So there's no such thing as protecting your slides anymore. The only reason I send PDFs out is size. You're welcome to use all these tools yourself. And if you ever want the PowerPoint version, use small PDF or one of those, or let me know. I'll send it on. Always happy to do that. Right. So, that's how we organize, right? And that's how we structure and get really clear about who does what, where, how, when, and how do we incentivize them, and how do we make sure we've got, you know, measurement systems, and that we have the right philosophy. And the right philosophy, the management system is the departure point of the operating model canvas into the operating system canvas, right? So I'll bring you back very, very, very briefly. Let me then bring it to this one. So in the management system, what we try and do is articulate how governance and decision making works, right? And most of us know, and we've touched on it earlier on, that that's when the ship runs aground, right? That when people can't make decisions or everyone's trying to do different things and it's all not joined up, then you get the car crash at the motorway interchange, right? So what typically is done at number 7 is we figure out the management system. So we figure out the governance, the decision making, the authority layer of the organization. And to help then to double click into the authority layer or the management system of the organization, I use the operating system canvas from the Ready. The Ready are a globally recognized firm. They work with, you know, the Apples, the Ping Ans. They work with Hair. I mean, they work with a lot of smart. I've had the pleasure of working with them. They're super smart people, and over decades of helping organizations figure out how to ritually work better, not just structurally. They do the structural stuff, right? And they have their own version of the operating system canvas, right? It's a bit more complex. That's because they just want to charge loads for doing it. The easier version is the one I've showed you. It's all the same mechanisms. It's just a little bit more convoluted. But they have developed the operating system canvas, the OS canvas, to do part 7 or the management system, right? And like all strategic frameworks should be and are, it's a structured set of questions constructed in a logical way. And by the way, that's all strategy is. Strategy is the method of asking questions to come to the conclusions to make decisions. We all know what's strategy. It's making decisions, Garvin. Brilliant. So how do we do that? We ask a series of questions, right? So the operating system is the way to ask the questions of an organization about, does it have the right strategy for rituals to make sure the organization is joined up, is enabling its structure and all the skills and the capabilities and the culture within it to thrive, right? Because oftentimes the choke point comes to the ceremonies, the rituals, the governance, the decision making. I mean, we'll all feel this, and we'll all know this, right? So they already have they're a global consultancy. It's industrial scale. So they've got 12 boxes, right? Now, I want you to see the 12 boxes. I never ever work with 12 boxes with a client. Never, right? I'll only ever work with 2 or 3 max, and we will do those sequentially, right? Because agile, we increment, we break things down into consumable work, and we make progress and we build velocity, right? So normally when I'm coming with a client, we kind of do a pre-OS kind of almost a diagnostic to say, ignore all the questions you can see there. Talk to us about purpose, authority, structure. Where do you think the greatest pain is? And people you'll do some dot voting and some vector voting and so on and so forth, a bit like you did in assignment 1. And you'll say, actually, meetings are fucking killing us, right? We're spending so much time in meetings. Just can't. If I didn't have meetings, that'd be great. It'd be wonderful. We'd get so much work done if we didn't have all the meetings. Yeah. So you get those kind of conversations going, and we say, right, okay, so meetings are a problem. What else is a problem? And then they say, well, compensation's a problem, right? So we're fucking, we're not, etc. You get the idea, right? So we come in and do that kind of thematic diagnostic, and then we get people just to organize. And I didn't. It's not that I didn't bother writing down how to do this, because they already have it already done, right? It's very hard to see on one slide, but I've put it over here on the right-hand side. That's using the OS Canvas, and they've done a 1 to 8 step process for how to use the canvas. But I'm going to give you the kind of the Anne and Pat guide. You do that kind of thematic diagnostic. You pick 2 or 3 areas that they say, do you know what? If we sorted these out, we'd get so much more done. We'd be able to allocate our resources more efficiently. We'd be much happier that we'd be able to move at pace, and we'd be doing the right stuff, etc., etc., etc. And we might pick meetings. And then we just take the meetings box and we take people into a structured conversation, more or less the same as we did in the operating model canvas, and we get them to answer a series of questions. So we get them really clear on meetings. So we're here to talk about how do we convene and coordinate the many ways that members and teams come together to make sure that we create value in every meeting. Now, sometimes we actually do one of these for meetings. We actually break down a meeting into a system. And well, how would you do that? Well, you actually create a meeting rhythm, and you say there's a welcome and an introduction, and then actually create a blueprint for a meeting. And then the second step in a meeting, it's not here, obviously. I'm only referring back to the other one, so almost think it as a blank page one. Meta step 1, there's an introduction. Everyone knows who everybody is. A piece that people sometimes write into that is, and then everybody says whether they have a decision right on behalf of their part of the organization in the meeting or not. And sometimes that becomes a juncture when I've done this and put it into practice with if the people in the meeting can't make a decision, the meeting shouldn't go ahead. Because how many times have you seen meetings that we get to the end of the meeting and there's somebody flapping and farting and fluffing around and kind of going, well, I'm going to have to take that back to the team, right? So actually breaking down meetings and so on and so forth. So all that the operating system canvas does is start kind of setting out, getting you to ask questions, but ultimately what you want to do is write down in a logical way how you believe you want to have meetings in the future. So there's introductions, there's clarification of decision-making rights, there is an agenda, there's decisions, expectations set out, There's good meeting etiquette. We all know what good meeting etiquette is. We very seldom practice it. So what the operating system does is it just forces you into identifying where are the choke points for good governance, good decision making, for prioritization, and for velocity in an organization. And what's really important, and it's the idea of putting the 2 of these hand in glove, is I would always do an operating system canvas on the existing operating model so that I try and design interventions into the operating model design. And then what I ask organizations to do is repetitively do an operating system calibration every 6 months, just have the leaders have a retro basically a retrospective, and step back and say, right, how are we getting on? Is this working? Are we really clear on what our purpose are? Do we know who makes what decisions? That's authority. Are we really clear on who's responsible for what? That's the operating model. Have we got a clear strategy? Do we know what our priorities are? Do we know what we're not going to prioritize? Have we got the right resources in the right place? Do we know actually how to innovate? Do we know how to execute? That's workflow. Do we run meetings well? Do we share data? Do we have the right data? Do we look at it in the right way? Is it telling us the right things? Are the right people involved in at a senior level when we need to make senior decisions? And mastery is about skills, basically. So these are just so you get the idea now how all these are interconnected back in. Yeah, and I kind of bringing it together at the conclusion because for me it's a great way to test are the skills, are the structures, and actually through it you start to really get an idea of the culture of the organization because you get a sense when you look through this uh, at where you do things really well, culturally very strong, and maybe where we don't do things very well as a group. And that's when you start describing a bad culture, because culture is all about the way we do things around here. Okay, I'm gonna pause again. Is that okay for everyone? Yeah. Any questions, any queries? We're at the end now. You'll be glad to, because I think your brains will be quite full. Mine is. So the brains will be quite full. So I'll soothe you a little bit and say we're kind of at the more or less at the end of content. I have a few other little bits and bobs to share with you, right? But in the main, that's the heavy stuff, right? And what I was going to do is the same way as we did earlier on, have the one-to-ones and looked in the mirror on the our digital DNA. I'd like to have a little playtime with this as well. And what I'd like you to do is you should be able to, again, you should have your slide from your download pack from your from IOB Learn. If anybody needs it in the chat, I'll put it into the chat, right? But it's just to kind of practice this. So I'm going to put you into pairs again. And I'm going to ask you for the first couple of minutes, right? Just have a little bit of quiet time, right? So and actually I'll give you a quiet time now in a minute, and then we'll put you into pairs because it's easier because you feel the burning need to talk when you get together because humans we do, right? So in a minute when I explain this, I'm going to give us some quiet time here, and then I'm going to put you into pairs. And when I put you into pairs, you will have already looked across the 12 and you'll have picked two or three that you think your organization should be working on. Right. And then I want you to share why with your colleague, with your partner in your breakout room. So the first thing you do, just for a couple of minutes now, is look across the 12 and say, Jesus, yeah, okay. And you can use the Harvey balls, you can use sliders, whatever you want, but you basically pick two. Let's just say pick two. It's Saturday afternoon, the sun's shining. Let's just make it easy. Let's just pick two. And then put you into a room and just have a 5 minutes each exchange and share with each other why. And why are we doing that? The logic is that starts getting you used to using this. And by sharing it with one another, you'll be articulating actually your evaluation of your own organization. And through the articulation of the evaluation of your own organization, typically, the science is you start to self-solve. By talking about the problem, you start to identify the solution. That's what we innately do as folks. Is that okay? And that'll be our last exercise for the day. Great. I'm going to give you some quiet time now. Get out your little pen and napkin and have a look at the 12. Hopefully you can see them there. And just take a minute or two to read across and then say to myself, yeah, membership. Oh, like if I have to go to one more meeting with 30 people, like that's a town hall. It's not a meeting. So, you might say that's the one for me. Okay, give you a minute to do that. Okay, show me some thumbs up when you're ready. Okay, people just need another minute, so let's give it another minute. I think I'm going to melt in the sun. That's okay. Okay. Everyone ready to go? All good? I know, yeah. Thank you, Bob. Everybody good, ready to go? Yeah, what I'm going to do, okay. Great, thank you, yeah. Okay, let's just stop sharing that for a moment. Then I'm just going to organize you in some wee rooms, and I'm going to, and you've got 9 now. And do 4 rooms, we recreate, open all rooms, just jump into the room for a couple of minutes, 10-minute exchange, share what's on your mind, solution, debate, you know the buzz, and then away we go. Okay. Pause recording. Okay, we're about to get everybody back in for the final salvo. So it's just you and I if you're watching the recording, but everyone will be back in a moment. Hope you're well, folks. And for those of you who are watching online, Sarah,
Hi.
how's it going?
Just had a brilliant quote there from Gary. That I was still laughing at as we left the room.
Yeah, okay, you might share. Gary's laughing too. Gotta share the
Well,
screen.
I always find a bit of dark humor helps get you through the working week.
Good man. Well, hold it for a second. Hold that thought.
Oh, I might have accidentally hit something. Did I? We came back a bit early, did we?
No, you're all good. Everyone's
Oh,
coming back. Yeah. Everyone's coming back. Great. So, Sarah, you're saying you hit a great quote from Gary.
yeah,
Is it
might
shareable?
be. I think so. Yeah, it might be a reference in the next assignment.
Yeah, it's not rude or anything.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Go on, share. Do you? Well, is it?
You
Will it
have
give the
to know.
context
What
and
did we
share us? You
miss?
have to tell. You have to tell us now, right? Yeah.
Okay. So basically, it's we were talking about everybody's has a value called customer customer first. Everybody has that value, but then when you get into it practically, what they really mean is that they'll make it easy for the customers to buy.
Yeah.
And then the customers try and actually get some post sales support service. It'll be a very different experience, and I describe that as selling the sizzle, not having to make the sausage.
Very good. Did you like that one, Sarah?
I did. We were using the reference from one of your previous lectures of the Audi. You know, when you went into the Audi showroom and how you weren't looking at the car or the sausage in this case. You were, and that's how we got onto this conversation, and that one-liner was used in it. I found it very amusing.
It's a nice one. I have heard it before, and I love it. I haven't heard it in a long time, though.
I
Absolutely.
never heard it before. I actually wrote it down because I hadn't heard it before.
Yeah. I think I will. You will see this. You will see the slide somewhere in my future now with a sausage. So you know me and my slides. Right. Good conversation, folks. Helpful.
Yeah.
Sylvia, yeah, found it helpful. Do you think? Could you see yourself using the tool?
Yeah, it's a good framework to bring up discussion points. Yeah. We had 4 boxes in our group. Membership, meetings, information. I think the 4th one, short-term focus.
Oh, yeah.
what
Good.
box it was, but yeah, it was an interesting conversation.
Yeah. Meetings always comes up. Universally, uniformly, we don't know how to do meetings in Ireland, right? To degrees, right? Um, I worked in the Nordics for some years, and boy, did they know how to do meetings. They are incredible. They work less and they get twice as much done because they have an incredible meeting etiquette. Now it's a culture. I think it's almost a geocultural thing. And let me explain to you very quickly. When you go to an Irish, so here's my observation. When you go to an Irish meeting, there's 5 to 7 minutes of goffery where we all, how's the weather, and we do that, right? So we waste 7 minutes doing that, getting everyone settled in because we're very conscientious people, and it's lovely, right? And we're very welcoming, and we're very, so it is lovely. But the cold observation is it takes time. Then we don't set out an agenda, expectations, the decision, it's all the things that I talked about, right? And then we turn to skirt around the important issue for 40 minutes. And we try and we build up the steam and the courage to get to the important conversation at about minute 50. Now, unfortunately, at minute 50, everybody's into their next meeting in their minds and in their heads. So it creates a false sense of not a false sense, it just creates a lack of concentration and so on. And everybody always know, oh, we're not going to fucking make a decision now, and we don't have time enough to get ready for the next meeting, and they're packing their satchels and all that kind of stuff going on. And then what we agreed to do is get together again, and we'll have another go at it. And it tends to just turn into a bit of a Groundhog Day. I'm being like uber sensationalist with this, right? Just to prove the point, right? Because I want to articulate the interest. When you go to a meeting in the Nordics, everyone's fucking there in time, if not there beforehand. The meeting starts on time. There's a clear chair. The chair brings it to order very quickly, and they're into headbutts in like minute two. Like it's into hand-to-hand combat in minute two with debate because the papers are read beforehand. That is, what decision we're trying to make. We'll take the papers are read. So like 15 minutes of messing around with papers is done. We'll take the papers as read. I'm going to go around the table and check in who's in support and who's not in support of this, and we'll have a discussion about why. And like literally within minutes, and they're practiced and trained at having a conversation. And they tend to make decisions in the first 20 minutes of a meeting. In the first third of the meeting, they will make a decision. And actually what they do then is they will say, well, what else is on the agenda? Is there a couple of other things we could just get ready for now? And they start into getting ready for the next meeting. And by minute 40, they've got at least another kind of important issue, if not concluded. They've agreed who's going to do what and issue what paper so they can kind of repeat the rhythm when they come into the next meeting. And they're lovely people, by the way. So they do the report at the end. They do the report at the end, and they talk about their families, and they talk about the weekends, and they leave on a high. Where Irish people leave on a low. You come in on a high and leave on a low. And the Danes and the Swedes come in on a low and they leave on a high. It's like, it's the simplest thing in the world. And I kind of learned this over a period of time, and I do sometimes try and do it the same way, but it doesn't always work. But anyway, I'll leave that with you to take forward. Will we move on? It's 14:23, and let's just kind of close the loop. Please do try and use these kind of tools in your work. Or find a way to use these kind of tools in your work. My belief is they help to, I don't know, cut through the noise, right? And to create the environment for better, smarter decisions, for clearer ways to understand who does what and take all the noise and the friction out, right? 'Cause clarity, right? All about clarity, clarity and rhythm. And if I say those two kind of things, and the broader piece is just around just thinking about the culture. So, Catherine Kostreva, Croatio, again, thought leader in terms of psychology, and leadership behaviors. Lovely quote, don't be fooled by some of the digital transformation bull SH1T out there. It's a business discipline, it's a company philosophy, it's not a project, right? So it's like culture is critical. And when we come back to when we were talking about our ambidexterity, remember we did the ambidextrous Saturday, and we were talking through the kind of the model around the right philosophy and the right prerequisites and so on and so forth. Like a lot of it, what we were bubbling up that day was about getting the conditions right. Because it's not about the technology. The technology is all work, and it's not about the data. You can get the data. What gets in the way, not saying it doesn't take effort, of course it does, but what gets in the way are what we call the culture jaws, right? Dysfunctional environments, silos, tough wars, the human resistance to change that's natural. That's the nervous system kicking in. It's just a professional nervous system. Blaming, excuses, stress, fear, emotions, all those kind of things. And what holds it back is, the lack of collaboration, openness, trust, accountability, coaching, feedback, conversation, appreciation, and just a general growth mindset about just saying, how can we be better? How can we do, that's back to the constructive dissatisfaction. So my experience is from working in it, observing it, and coaching and guiding people through it, navigation. I don't have the be all and end all, right? But I'm just giving you my experience, and that like culture is the catalyst. If you get the culture right, you can get stuff done, and I think you'll all intuitively know that as you look at your organizations. A couple of nice reads that you might want to look in the background is I use McKinsey a lot because McKinsey Research Institute, it's probably the preeminent one. I read BCG and Bain and others. When it comes to human behavior, Deloitte actually trump. They produce a global human capital trends report. Yes, that's the name of it. Every year. And the 2025 report was good because it brought to life ambidexterity and navigating tensions. But it's this idea of, how do we explore and exploit this at the same time? How do we find a path between augmentation and automation, standardization and personalization, agility and stability? They call it stagility in the reports, so they portmanteau things and so on and so forth. And do you all know what a portmanteau is? Portmanteau is when you put two words together to create one. Brunch is a portmanteau, so it's somewhere between breakfast and lunch, right? So they use stagility. I use adaptability. It's this idea of combining things, and in the whole report, they basically walk through the forces that leaders are trying to navigate, and there almost seems that we feel and think that they're competing forces. But the report then tries to position that you shouldn't, nor is everything polar. And I don't know if you've come across a thing called polarities. Anybody heard of polarities? Anyone heard of a polarity? No? Okay. So let me explain it very quickly. Breathing is a polarity. A polarity is when you have to do two opposing things together in order to be successful. You have to breathe in, you have to breathe out. They're opposite. But if we don't do the two of them together in synchronization, we can't be successful. Okay, so that's a polarity, right? Profit and purpose, right? Charities, right? So they perfectly balance profit and purpose, right? So they generate sufficient money to pursue the endeavor of the charity, but not overly so, so that it ekes away on the purpose, right? So they live with two things at the same time. And most organizations and most businesses and most of us live with competing forces. In fact, if you think about it, we're constantly competing with forces around ourselves all the time. And what the 2025 report does is it looks into organizations and it says, organizations might be getting caught in a trap of trying to figure out what are we going to be. And here's the thing, you don't have to be either. You have to try and find a way to be degrees of both and to go on a journey to your ultimate final destination. So yes, you might want to be agile, but you probably come from a point of static or stability, a bit like the Taleb stuff, right? You can't go from A to Z. You kind of got to run through the letters, right? You got to go through C, C, D, E, F, G, right? And actually, it's about breaking it down. The what can be conceptually difficult to rationally clear. Where are you? Where do you need to go, and how are you going to get there? And about finding the right balance of these things. And somebody said it a couple of weeks ago to me, waterfall and agile, no thing, it's wagile. I didn't James say that to us? Didn't he talk about wagile? Like most projects are wagile. They're a mix, right, of to some degree of control, sequencing, with facilitating a fair degree of empowerment and well, I forget what the word is, but kind of dispersed power decision making, right? So it's the idea of don't get caught in the trap of polars. Think about polarities. So it's a nice report. If you get a chance, have a read through it. But that's the essence of the report. The 2019 report was really cool. It was kind of and it's a while ago now, but it kind of set out, and I still come back to it and I say, look, as a really good starting point, there's kind of 9 good decrees within it. But it looks at through 3 lenses. It says, what's the future workforce? What's the future organization look like? And interestingly, it called it, what's the future of HR to help the organization and the workforce be what they want to be? And I've kind of prioritized them here around, every organization needs to be a learning organization. And by that, I don't mean that there's going to be a big L&D function. Every organization should be facilitated the opportunity to experiment and explore and learn, and every person in an organization needs to do that. Because basically learning needs to be an integrated thing, both formal and informal. So I'll come back to learning in a second. But it needs to be personalized and lifelong. We need to unlearn and relearn all the time, right? Because that's how you change. And you can see the rest of them there. I mean, this is a summary of the report, and kind of I present a kind of a hashtag prioritization on them. But ultimately, it's about HR and people leaders. And you don't have to be a people leader to be a HR person, and vice versa, right? HR are there to support people leaders to construct the right environment for work, right? And learning is really important. Purpose-led experience is really important. Ambidextrous leadership is critical. You can read through them there. Mobility. So what I was saying to you earlier on, I'm writing a paper and a strategy for a global organization at the moment, with their CPO, their global CPO, and we were doing talent strategies. That was really good. We were doing compensation strategy. The other thing we were doing was rotation strategy, because strategic rotation is critical. And not just critical. I mean, like, globals have been doing this for decades. And what do I mean by globals? Like, I mean, Unilever or P&G or GE, BMW, big global organizations move their aspiring or their high potential leaders around countries, around roles, et cetera, et cetera. Why did they do that? Well, they're trying to get them ready for the next level. And the broader the horizon you have, the more capable you are of consuming the totality that you have to consume at the next level. And it's about strategically exposing people to domains of work. Also to cultures, like, talk about the Irish and the Danish culture and the Swedish culture and so on, with the meetings and so on and so forth. But putting people around the world in different roles, you both expose them in terms of technical and professional, but you also culturally expose them to different things. And globals do that because they need their global people to be able to navigate a global concentration. So, people who are work across EMEA. EMEA is the most difficult region in the world. Typically, it's the Americas, EMEA, and APAC. EMEA is the most difficult because it's the most complex combobulation of cultures. I mean, you've everything from South Africa, typically, out to the Middle East, up to Russia, and then across to kind of Central Europe, or Europe as we might think of it, and the UK, because they're not in it anymore, of course. But you get the idea. And rotation enables people to see broader and to be able to construct themselves in the way they operate by learning the best from the broadest, if that makes sense. The other thing that we don't talk about in rotation, which really is mobility, sufficiently, is about every time somebody moves, you have to start again. Because I moved several times in my career. I moved to the Nordics, I moved to the UK, I worked in the Isle of Man, I travel a lot, etc., etc. I've moved jobs so many times. And the idea of moving people around is to get them exposure in domains, exposure in cultures, but actually is to build a self-change, a self-resilience, and a self-change muscle. Because every time you move, you have to start again. And actually, change is about starting again. So the real soft component of mobility and rotation is actually teaching people how to evolve, how to change, and how to reinvent and get better in every era. And if you think about agile, that's the very premise of it, is to get better every time you have a go at it, and just to break it down into a couple of weeks and so on and so forth. So it's like agile for careers. It's basically is what mobility is. So you can read the rest in there in the slides. A really good report. It's a little bit old, but I found it hard to get anything much better. To be very honest, in the deck you can see, I mean, there's a canvas for everything. So there's of course a culture canvas, right? Go and have a look at it if you so wish. I do love this, and I use it in practice. So I use this with people I work with, companies I work with, teams I work with. And it's I forget the name of it. There's a name on it. It might be on the slide. Yeah, the cultural alignment framework, but there's another name on it, so I can't remember it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a really nice diagnostic. And if you read the article, it actually gives you a tool, an online tool to actually do the diagnostic, which you can actually do with a team. So you can get it up on a screen online, right? But basically, it breaks culture down into two axes. The x-axis is typically, and they've done hundreds of diagnostics, culture diagnostics, and they've kind of done this meta kind of framework on the back of all of those. And they say that typically organizations, their culture sits somewhere in between independence and interdependence, right? And the independence organization is the siloed organization, right? It's where you have design and manufacturing and sales and marketing and everything does their own fucking thing. The interdependent organization tends to be the one where there's outcome management, product management, and so on and so forth, where people take responsibility from end to end and people collaborate to get stuff done. They might be organized in domains, but they work in pods. That idea, right? And then you've got stable and flexible organizations, right? And actually, in the article, they give you loads of examples. So they kind of say that like purpose-led organizations tend to be your charities and your NGOs and so on, and that safe organizations tend to be the health systems and farmers and so on and so forth. All very natural when you think about it, right? And an order tends to be the forces, the armed forces and so on. Yeah, all very natural when you think about it, right? And independence tends to be a lot and a huge amount of traditional organizations. 19th century organizations tend to be very results authority focused. So they sit in the bottom left. And then like very modern organizations, contemporary organizations tend to sit at the top. So they're learning organizations, innovation organization. Tesla, for instance, is the example that they use for the learning organization, and purpose is what's that clothing manufacturer called? I was going to say Great Outdoors. It's not that one. It's not the North Face. It's the one that's
Onion.
Thank you, Patagonia. Yeah. So and it kind of just gives you identities, right? And sometimes I just get an organization to plot where they think they are. So we do a little explainer. We use the Tesla, Patagonia. We use a Microsoft. Enjoyment is Southwest Airlines or Disney. Do you know what I mean? It's all about fun. et cetera, et cetera. And organizations get to plot where they are today, and then they get to plot where they are tomorrow. And typically, I really let them plot themselves in three places so we can draw a triangle. And typically, the triangle moves from the bottom left to the top right. Hey ho, because that's just modern thinking and practice. So really nice. Articulate the aspiration. That's the kind of what I'm just talking about, the diagnostic. And then what we do is we break that culture into action, or culture into leadership. So we decide, how do leaders role model culture, because that's the only way to change it. Incentivize and role model it, really, what I would say is. And then they have culture conversations in their organization. So, they start just practicing that, and giving people time and space to understand how they can live to the culture in the performance meeting. When a service issue emerges for a client, when somebody's seriously injured on site, all those kind of things. That's when you practice what kind of culture you want, and what it looks like when it hits reality. And sometimes that in itself leads to organizational design, because sometimes people figure out, actually, the structure gets in the way. And oftentimes that's a trigger for org design. So just thought I'd share that with you as well. Okay, there's a couple of other slides. I've left some stuff in. You can read the WEF, the World Economics Forum. Their thinking. I think this is all the WEF stuff. The Leader's Guide to Core. Oh no, so that's HBR. Sorry, but it's formed on WEF stuff. It's the kind of Leader's Guide to Corporate Culture. Look, good reading. Last kind of slide I have for you for today is the importance of learning. You're here, so I don't need to preach to the converted. But for me, isn't learning just the passport to the future? And I think Malcolm X, and if you want to think of somebody who just, I don't know if you watch the films or if you've studied the history and so on and so forth, this is a guy who turned it from a street thug into a missionary leader for apartheid and racism in the States, and he went through several personal transformations in order to do that. The most prolific one was in prison, where he studied Islam. And through his studies of Islam and both spirituality and the practical, he personally transformed, but gave him the stead to become a transformational leader. And I just thought those things are really nice saying. So education is the passport to the future. For the tomorrow belongs to those that prepare for it today. So it's a bit like my, don't be falling behind the start line, sprint to the corner, sprint to the first bend, and get there before everybody. So I know you're doing that. The importance of organizations doing that formally, non-formally, and informally, because there's different types of learning. So formal is this, we're formally learning stuff. So it's domain specific, it's accredited, and we get lots of content and tools and so on and so forth. Non-formal is things like rotation, mentorship, coaching, training and guidance, kind of micro stuff, seminars, events, soft stuff. And then the informal, which is the observed learning, is when you just watch and you learn what's going on. And the importance of changing culture is so people can watch and learn how to do new things. So the role of leaders in role modeling is critical in that regard. So that's kind of the last piece I wanted to touch on today. Right, how are we doing? What time is it? 9:45. You okay? Great. There's little conclusion slides. You can read that afterwards. I don't think I shared this with you before, but if you want to, the value of digital transformation, because now we're near the end, right? It's all a lot of hard work, isn't it? My God, it's unbelievable to take all this on, right? But there's value in it, right? There was a great piece done in HBR a couple of years ago, Finalta analysis. Did I share this before with you? Don't think I did. Okay, I didn't. So let me just talk to you for a quick second. So it's hard work, but it's worth it. Is I really wanted to kind of punctuate it, right? Um, so in 2023, these guys, super smart bunch, did some analysis with Finalta. Finalta do deep research in the financial services sector. They're owned by McKinsey now, but I would have used them when I was practicing in banking. They would have come in kind of giving you a hard time because they don't come in and just do fuddy-duddy around. They were like they're owned by McKinsey for a reason. Like they just get in behind the skin and they tell you the hard truth. They're a really tremendous research firm I found. Anyway, they've got their finger on the pulse globally around what financial services is doing. 89% of financial services is active in some kind of digital transformation. And they're trying to target 31, on average, the target's a 31% increase in revenue and 25% reduction in costs. That's what people are trying to achieve. But between 2018 and 2022, across 5 years, they've seen that the organizations that are undertaking digital transformation successfully, which correlates, and you can read the article, it correlates to all the stuff we're trying to learn, right? Leaders are, on an annual basis, are delivering shareholder returns of 8.1% versus laggards at 4.9%. I mean, that's 3% per annum. Compound, that's pretty impressive delta. The return on tangible equity, so it's the money that's ultimately been held on behalf of the shareholders. I mean, it's 13.6 to 15.3 to 15.5 to 19.3. I mean, where one stops, the next one starts, right? Interestingly, the active customer base of a laggard is static. Now, when the population is growing and your customer base is static, that means you're going out of business, right? If you just put it in that kind of frame. Whereas leaders are growing their customer base. Retail revenues, red means it's declining. So in other words, their revenue is going back 1.4%, whereas leaders are going forward 0.8%, near 1% per annum. And operating expenses are increasing 2.3% versus going down 1.3% in leaders, right? So if you add all that up and you compound it, it's a fairly significant return on investment. And look, when you go into the article, as I said, all the stuff that we're learning about, it's all more or less substantiated. And I'm not bringing it to substantiate my sharing with you. I'm just trying to give you some more proof points. But if you're trying to have a conversation in your organization of holy shit, is this worth it? Yeah, of course it's worth it. It's necessary, but it's worth it if you do it right. And all the stuff we're trying to do is teach about doing it right. Okay, so last thing, I mentioned Aidan McCullen, but Aidan was very good to come a couple of years ago. I think it was in COVID times, about 3-4 years ago. And he's a super smart guy. He reinvented him. He played for Leinster, he played for Ireland. But he got injured and he had to give up his career, and then he had to reinvent as a very young man, and he's had to reinvent himself in many ways, and he's had to reinvent many organizations, and he now is the master of reinvention. So I don't know if you know the Innovation Show. It's worth tuning into. He does a series every week, an episode every week, and he talks to basically the latest business leaders or the basis authors who are writing books, and you basically get the book in an hour. It's really cool. So he's worth having a listen to. He's written his own book. As I say, you can listen to some of his episodes. That's a link to one of them that might be useful. But he came and did an hour with us. I must apologize to Aidan. It's maybe not the most. He's a very handsome man. He's a big he's got a huge presence when you meet him in person. But he's really cool when you see him on video. So it's one of these from a couple of years ago. So you can just follow the YouTube link down there, and you don't have to listen to me warbling on all over again. You can just fast forward to 1 minute 55 and 40, and then you join Aidan talking to the class, and it's a worthwhile listen. But I won't. It's Saturday. It's the sun is shining. I won't force you into that now. He's not able to join us in person every time, but he came once. But it's worth a listen. So I encourage you. If you get a chance to listen back to that, whether you're with us today or whether you're online, and for those that are with us today, that kind of gives you the flexibility of doing it now or doing it later, which hopefully you'll find welcome as well. So that's kind of formally it for today. Tiny bit earlier than planned, but what I'm happy to do is I'm happy to hang around for a wee while. And if folks want to have a chat about assignment 2, I'm happy to have a chat about assignment 2 because it may well be in your mind, or indeed just to have chew the fat, or have a chin wag, or stretch and test any of the topics that we're talking about. So formally we're wrapped. You can tiptoe out the door, and if you are, I hope you have a fantastic end of weekend and an amazing Sabbath tomorrow. And for those who want to hang on, I'm happy to hang on and, as I say, cover anything you need. Thank you very much for your nice applause. It's wonderful.
Thanks, Garvin.
Yeah. All good. You all okay?
Hi, Garvin.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, Garvin, I wouldn't mind asking you, so the assignment obviously now is to actually, I suppose, pull all the tools and tips we've learned over this course to try and pull together then, if you like, the digital transformation strategy for our organization or an organization.
Yeah.
And I know you said before we should be leveraging the piece of work we did around the assessment of competencies and where you are and where you're trying to get to. So basically, it's kind of like how raising the bar on those competencies contributes to achieving your strategic objectives. Yeah.
Spot on. Thumbs up.
Yeah. And then you're using the content we have here then is once again really good tools and templates and frameworks to help us actually not panic by looking at a blank sheet of paper and going like, okay, how do I come up with a strategy, a statement of values, a mission statement, or yeah, that's fine. Because because to be honest with you, the one thing I have really gotten from this, and that's been really useful, it kind of reminds me of like when I was trying to, put together project plans in my earlier days. It was like, how do you stop yourself from panicking because you look at a blank sheet of paper? Yeah. So a framework is a great way of stopping you from panicking. You go, break it down, look at the framework, and you go, oh yeah, it's this followed by this, followed by, and then from that discipline and going through that sort of Q&A with yourself, you start to actually formulate your plan, or in this case, a strategy.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if I was to say and I didn't say this and I should have, so sorry. If I was to say there was a framework I would use out of all this today, it's this. Yeah. I would say there's 9, and almost treat it as 9 vectors in the same way that you did the 7, right? And you're going to do the 10. Like, it almost double click and say, like, how hot or not are we on design for digital, being really clear in our North Star, using data to drive our decisions, getting the best out of everybody in the gang, network diversity, facilitating innovation in every corner. Do you know what I mean? I would that's the one that I would use. So blank piece of paper, no need for that. Use this. Here's 7 lenses, and then evaluate your organization across the 7 lenses. Now, some people will go deeper, right? And some people will go, well, I'm actually, do you know what? I really like that idea about policy. So I'm going to look at the policy, right? And some people, so, that's at your discretion. These are all here as means for you to not have that. I like the way you frame that, Gary. I'm trying to take away the blank paper syndrome. I'm sure there's a syndrome called it writer's block. It's to give you kind of some means to go and assess, actually, where are we today? Where do we need to be? And then all the content and my discussions are all about, trying to bring to life how to get there. So if that
great. And then probably just a broader thing, which is just a chin wag more than anything specific, is that so one of the things I find, and obviously it kind of relates to the larger organizations, and smaller organizations can be more nimble. But with large organizations, there can be there's very often a disconnect between the strategy and the implementation / delivery. Yeah. Usually because they don't have, say, a core set of senior people who are actually going to make sure that what gets strategized is actually what gets
operationalized.
Operationalized, exactly.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of where a lot of good work is done on the strategy and the values.
Yeah.
And the people on the ground just re-explain their current job through that lens. So actually nothing actually changes, It's like, oh yeah, well, yesterday I was doing this task and I was living value number 3,
Yeah.
and today I'm doing the same task and I'm living value 3 and 4,
And
or whatever,
yeah.
and you kind of go, it's that there seems to be this kind of, there's almost like used to use the phrases from earlier today, a capability gap of who are the people that can actually take the, if you like, the theory and put it into practice.
Yeah, and I really like that, and that for me kind of harks back to this idea of culture and action, because I think talking about culture in the abstract is useless, because everyone will turn up and say, well, of course we're customer centric. Jesus Christ, are you saying I'm not? I don't know how many times I had that kind of conversation, and then we say, well, let's test it. Okay, how we test it? Well, what's the last decision you made? And we say, well, the last decision we made. And what were the parameters for making that decision? And people will say, well, it was all about profit, or it was da 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 da. And I said, well, where was the customer in that decisioning? And then you get the blank silence. Do you know what I mean? You get the stare and the and then, but people always try and rationalize that and say, well, people wouldn't buy our products if they weren't, and if da, 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 da. So, and then you have to get into a conversation as, so, of course you have customers, of course you care for them, of course you care for them, but are you truly customer centric? Are you truly, and it mightn't be customer centric, might not be but you get the idea.
No, yeah, you're absolutely, it's the right one to use, because it's the one that everybody, will try and quote and stuff. And I actually, I was in a meeting, I said, guys, you don't have to keep justifying what you're doing by saying it's customer first.
Yeah.
Not everything we do, like some things just need to get done. Like, like it's keeping the lights on, or, but it's like what happens, I suppose what you say about culture, sometimes what happens with the culture side of it is people think that everything that they're trying to get support for has to be described as supporting the values then, as opposed to saying, if we don't do this, like, we're not going to be able to open the doors on Monday or something, there's a certain amount of stuff that just has to be done, like, just as part and parcel of running a business.
No, absolutely. And for me, I always bring it back to never acquiesce and constructive dissatisfaction. Yeah, of course we're going to do it. And of course we're going to do our best. But doing the same thing tomorrow as we did yesterday, really asking the question, is that doing our best?
Exactly. Yeah.
And the idea that people who come in and do the 100 things, and the people who they're constructively dissatisfied, they come in every day and say, I'm fucking going to do better today.
Yeah.
Even though I did great yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm going to do better today.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at what I did. I'm going to try and do it faster, or I'm going to try and do it more caringly, or I'm going to stop doing it because I've doing something I should be not doing. Whatever it is.
Yeah,
and it's just this persistent drive to be better. Yeah. So I think that's a lot of it. Anyway, thanks. Thanks.
No, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Brian. I know you were interested in getting in. Maybe we've covered it.
Hi, Garvin.
Hi.
Yeah, no, it wasn't about assignment 2. It's more a bit lighthearted, going back to about meeting cultures between the Ireland way and the Nordic way. Do you think there's a possibility for a halfway house between two?
Yeah, totally, absolutely. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Do you?
I hope so. And have you seen examples of, in Irish companies, whether they're far known or not, that they go towards the Nordic model?
Yeah.
Or is it depending on the people who are chairing the meeting?
Yeah. Yeah. I think if you've touched on something really important, Brian, is the chair. Everybody should be taught how to chair meetings, and everyone should be taught how to just chair their team and their environment, how to be a steward, right? So chairs are not people who tell everybody what to do. Chairs are people who caringly set a rhythm and a pace so that they get the best from the ingredients in front of them, if you know what I mean, Brian. And for me, I'm being a bit playful with the Irish and the Danish thing, just to kind of bring some cultural differences to light. I do work with some leaders who are just incredibly good chairs. Like they're like, when you go into a meeting, you buckle in and you're kind of going, okay, I'm I'm going to be on my best here now. I'm going to be tired when this is over because I'm going to perform. Do you ever go to a meeting when you're kind of going, I know I'm going to have to perform at this meeting? And it tends to be because the chair pulls everybody into the table And it's like there's none of this fucking slouching
Mm.
around and looking at your phone and all that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? People just they know they're going to come and perform. So chairship for me is, and Brian, the best chairs that I've seen are the people who do work and have worked internationally, because the people who are exposed to different cultures figure out that different people are made different ways and different styles. And actually it's the mix. And sometimes you have to mix the mix, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, but we're all mixing the mix. And what I mean by that is like, so as a facilitator, I was abroad last week, no, the week before I was abroad, and I was asked to go and facilitate a session. And I was kind of said to the person who asked me away, I said, "You don't really need me." Senior group, and the CEO asked me to go and chair. She said, "Oh, I know that." And she said, "But she said there's two or three people in the room who are just going to dominate the damn thing, and
Mm.
there's two or three people in the room that are super smart." And she said, "All I want you to do is make sure that everybody contributes." And and she, when I need you to stop some people talking, and I need you to get more people talking. It's very clever. And she,
Yeah.
and she couldn't do it because she was the leader of one side of the table, and it was about bringing a team from a sister team. And she said, "Look, I can't. We've brought them as guests. I can't dog them." She said, "I just need you in the room to do it for me." And my job was, so that's very clever, right? That's basically saying, but how do we get the best of of the ingredients in front of us out? And it was a really good conversation. I found it hard because I had to tell people to shut up. And I found it hard because I had and they were all really strong personalities. And I found it hard because I had to just keep asking people to contribute in a way that didn't make them feel awkward. And there's mechanisms to do that, right? But good
Yeah.
chairs learn how to do that, and they set rhythms, they cut conversations off, and they kind of go, we're going down the wrong path, folks. Let's bring it back up. Let's get back in the balcony. Let's have this conversation. I need to hear from you. They create a rhythm in it. I'm sorry if I'm waxing, Brian, but I kind of, it's I think it's a learned thing, but it's a practice thing. You have to learn to practice to create the right environment and rhythm so that you can get the best of both worlds. They're just, I just think they're two different cultures. I think good chairs kind of figure out how to mix the mix so that you get the best of everything in front of you. If that makes sense?
Yeah. And if you're a leader of a team in a cross-functional project, can you advise the chair how to do it better without offending the chair?
Yeah,
Can
yeah, oh,
you say,
yeah,
if you see the project has happened
yeah,
sometimes?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. The most,
I think you get a speaker in the second workshop, but the post-it idea was good to get everyone involved, because there's
yeah,
always people who want to speak more than others, and the
yeah,
value
yeah, yeah,
that don't
yeah,
speak could be worthwhile to bring things back to the starting
yeah,
point and get things moving again. Um,
yeah,
so that maybe embedding a new culture, reinventing how meetings are done going forward is for this project, and now implement a culture for future projects if you were to happen to be the project leader or chair.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And the best, no, no, absolutely. No, seldom done in the meeting unless it's necessary, and definitely not in the hierarchy and all that kind of things. Like a good chair should be going and having a discussion with everybody offline and asking them, how do you think the meetings are running? Is there anything we can do better? Like that's what good chairs should be doing that all the time, right? And good chairs do. Um, the best contributors, because the chair doesn't always see everything, right? Or sometimes the chair is also has to learn how to do these things. The best contributors, the people who pull the chair aside and say, Can you share it to your perspective? Um, I'm observing this in the meetings. Would you just I may be wrong. I thought I'd bring it to your attention. It might be useful for you to have a look at. Uh, uh, to make sure we that everyone gets a better outcome out of this, right? Everyone, like that's non-offensive, when it's positioned like that. I mean, that's how I would, and that's how I do talk to CEOs and chairs afterwards.
Yeah.
I sometimes would do it slightly different. I also, if I know they can handle that, I'll do that. If it's a deeper blind spot that a chair sometimes can have, or a participant sometimes can have, I often just lead with questions, uh, and I'll often lead with something like, Do you know, I'd love to pick your brain. Yeah, okay. And you put it onto a brain and say, look, and I hope I probably need your guidance as well. And they go, okay. And say, look, I think I'm observing this thing. Uh, and I wanted to check, am I wrong? And again, there can be a very soft way of kind of going, yeah, I hadn't thought about it. And that's it tends to be the response I get. I hadn't thought about it like that. And then they go and they think it through themselves, and you find you're there coaching them and so on and so forth, right? Or sometimes sometimes you can just go and say, listen, I think you're missing a trick here. You know, I think that person's, playing you. I've had to do that a few times. Or sometimes you just kind of you can come into a senior or a chair, and you can just say, how do you think it's going? I'm really interested too, because I don't know how these things go. How do these meetings go here versus meetings you do elsewhere? And again, that can be a really like it can be that's can be actually very very provocative for a chair to hear. I know that because I'm a chair as well, and I get some of this. I look for it. So I don't know if that helps, Brian, but you can use different things. The other thing is like I every board that I'm on, I force a board review, formal board review every year, where we actually have a diagnostic that's collected, not unanimously, like unanimously as well. But what's the word when I've long COVID, folks. When I get tired, I forget words. Um, when you take away the individual names behind things, and you get what I mean.
Oh,
Yeah.
anonymously.
Anonymously.
Thank you very much. I'm poor me, my brain's fried.
You know, I'm not surprised. We only have to sit back and take it in. You got to deliver it.
Yeah, very good. So, proper anonymous, diagnostically led analysis of how we perform, and I do that on boards. But even though I'm the chair, I get them to assess me and analyze me as a chair because it's a critical part, right? So, steering committees, programs, Brian, should do a retrospective on their ceremonies all the time. Do you know what I mean? So forcing conversation and questions, and really it's about questions, conversations, and it's about empathetic positioning so that nobody's getting abused, and I think in a caring way that everyone's figuring out how to learn. Irish people aren't great at feedback, I find, just generally. Nordic people are really good at feedback, too good. Americans, every culture works at different ways. The Dutch are really intriguing.
You mean receiving feedback?
Yes, giving and receiving, actually, both. Yeah. But definitely receiving, but giving it. Yeah. And the more you give it, the better you get at taking it and working with it. So actually, it
Well,
starts sometimes with giving it. The
let's break our.
No worries. The line is just breaking up a wee bit, Brian. So I think you were saying cool.
No, I was just saying that's very helpful to know. Thank you. I'll definitely use that
Cool.
if I can.
Cool.
Yeah, just the steering committee thing is very interesting because I tend quite a lot of them, and particularly with transformation programs, what have you. And what I find is that once again it's a cultural thing, so they're not really used as they're supposed to be in terms of the textbook definition of what they are and what they're supposed to achieve. They're just a good news story, and
Yeah.
let's
The
all
watermelon. You all know what the watermelon steering committee is?
no, tell us that one.
Everything's green. Everything's
Yeah,
green on the outside.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
red on the inside.
And I even saw an example of, well, actually, it wasn't actually the steering, it was kind of a level down design authority. And one person very bravely held their ground and said that they weren't approving something. And then, like, the chair then got somebody more senior to join the meeting halfway through to try and intimidate this person. And fair play to them, they didn't let themselves
Oh
be
my God,
intimidated.
it's really bad culture.
Yeah. And then the role I'm in at the moment is, so most of my career would have been transformational delivery. We're in recent times about 2 years into change risk function now. So my job is to kind of spot the spot the risks. So if the program's not doing what it's supposed to be doing or whatever, etc., etc. So I'd asked for a particular artifact that I knew would not be. It was a sizable piece of work, and so I asked for it well in advance, and was getting a reassurance I was going to get it. It was coming. It's coming. And then, without any consultation, brought a spoofy PowerPoint pack into a steering committee, saying this was the collateral. This was the piece of detailed analysis collateral that I'd asked for. And we're all getting it approved, and I just had to basically, probably one of the more junior people in the call going, well, the risk function isn't signing off on this because the risk function has asked for something far more detailed and far more meaty. So you go ahead and approve all you want. Risk function is still waiting for the detailed work it asked for 4 months ago. And then, despite doing that, at the following steering, I had the chair saying, when we had then done a formal review and in the formal report included the ask for this collateral, had the chair of the meeting saying, I thought we approved that. I thought we got to come in last month and we approved it. So there's this culture of just try and
push it,
and you won't and work on the base that no one's going to have the nerve to speak truth to power kind of thing, which is very, very dangerous.
That's it. And it's disconcerting, and it's tough when you're in that circumstance. And that usually does need offline interventions, Gary, because that's it. I mean, we're bringing to life this idea that committees and cadence itself can get a culture. So that's a committee, but actually a cadence, a whole program can develop a culture of, and it's RTE and all the stuff you see out there, and what was the big one recently? Wasn't there one of the public sector implementations? I mean, the HSE and all the hospitals and all that kind of thing. Like all of these cases, you see that in big change, there's kind of really different. That there's a culture in the program. And actually, you can find it that it develops differently than the culture in the organization. And pressure can cause that. Poor protocol, poor chairship, poor governance. People. I actually don't think that people, and we should teach people what we mean by governance, because people think it's just fucking barriers and.
They also think it's a separate exercise. They actually think. So I've got to deliver this transformation, and I've got to tick these governance boxes, and they think they're two separate things. And you kind of go, no, it's just part and parcel of delivering your transformation.
Yeah, checks.
Like saying I want to live a good life without ethics.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I want to live a good life, and I steal. Hello,
Garvin. I just have two things to say. One is that link I don't think is working for that gentleman guest speaker. It may just be me.
No, I'm checking here now as we're on, because I only checked it last week when I was.
It could be my system now. It just said it was been removed. So unless I'm clicking the wrong one.
He's a very interesting guy, because I actually attended something else where he gave a presentation, and he was quite honest, because what I thought was funny was that he admitted that he couldn't handle the corporate culture himself.
Really?
Yeah.
I got to hear this guy. So
yeah, he really he is very good at how if you really want to have innovation in your organization, what that means, what that looks like. But reading between the lines, you could also see where for it to really happen the way it needs to happen, right? The organization has to be really willing to fundamentally change its culture, as opposed to we'll set up an innovation center, which is like a room on the top floor that people can have a coffee in or something.
He's very good on innovation culture, and he's been through it all. Like, he's seen it all. So you're right, Bob. I'll have to go and dig that out now.
I was looking for it, but I couldn't seem to find it. I was digging through YouTube.
Yeah, you won't find it on
public.
Because it's on an IOB. It's from one of these from a couple of years ago. Yeah. But we did publish it.
Got it. Cool. And then the other thing was just basically an observation. It's been on my mind. I've been looking forward to this one since I saw it. To be honest, I love the people side of things, and and whatever. So, and it delivered. So I really appreciate this. It was excellent. But what sprang to my mind was so when we're talking about Amazon there and about the way they just that relentless, just go do it, and and that becomes everything. And I think with most organizations I've worked for and with, I think that relentless pursuit of whatever it is becomes that, was a 5-letter word, profit. And I think profit, has gotten a bad name because of it, because we shouldn't be afraid of it. But it reminded me of, the philosopher C.S. Lewis, when he said the most dangerous thing that, you can do is take any one, I think he called it an impulse or a virtue, and set it up as the thing you have to follow at all costs. And I think that's the problem with a lot of this. Rather than bringing those names on the wall, integrity and, passion together, really it's all about one thing, whatever that one thing is, profit usually. And that's why companies, I think, do what they do. And it's such a shame because it doesn't have to be that way. If, as you said, you can focus on the things underneath the water and really those positive, like the brands and attitudes, and you will deliver the profit in a much nicer way. So it's a shame.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. I mean, and again, I do go back to that whole concept of Bob, of stewardship. I mean, my core philosophy is we've got to leave every day. I have to leave it in better shape than I got it. I mean, every day. So that's, but my better shape than I found is that's it's what I qualify as that. Do you know what I mean? But I every day, every client, every meeting, that's I have to judge myself based on that. I have for a long time. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes I don't. That's a learning opportunity. You take it and you run with it, and you just keep going and going and going. But what you qualify is I need to leave this meeting or this person or this organization in better shape. Sometimes I have to rail against the organization because I believe that that's what they often ask me in for. They'll say, we want your counter view, Garvin. Now, they might ignore it, and I won't persistently work with them if they ignore it. But if they do and they're willing, and then I'll keep working. Not that I necessarily know, but the idea of being the conscience. So I think we all need to have a conscious conscience. Anyway, that's part of my belief system. Thank you for raising that. It's really cool. Okay, I better go and find that link.
I'm going to hit the road and get some raise. Garvin, thanks for sticking around and answering the question in the chat. Appreciate it. Catch you all again.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Bob. Anastasia. Yeah, Melda.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye.
thank you. Hope you're okay, guys. Yeah.
Have a nice weekend. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks a lot, Garvin.
Thanks, Emil. See you, folks.
Take care.
See you. Thanks, Brian.